minute. Buenos días.
Good morning. We would appreciate it if you'd all sit down so that we can start our last session of the 39th session. Today, we are looking forward to the dialogue of Foreign Office ministers and high authorities of Latin America and the Caribbean and ECLAC members. To start, we shall ask the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Argentina, Mr. Santiago Cafiero, chair of this 39th session, to take the floor. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, everybody. It's a pleasure to have you with us today, sharing this 39th session of ECLAC. These were 3 days in all of intense work, and today is the end with this interesting dialogue suggested by ECLAC, and which we are looking forward to hearing your opinions. In the context, the present-day context, the pandemic, the backlash of the pandemic in the region, the consequences of the pandemic, of the war between Russia and Ukraine, though remote, they are all the same close to us when you're regarding the consequences on our economies. The environmental degradation and the weakening of globalization as an engine for growth in the last decades. This is all part of the context in which this conversation is taking place, the context in which we're holding this debate. That's why the huge challenges that Latin Americans we face, people from Latin America and from the Caribbean, this is what it's about. These gaps, inequality, which is historical in our region, productive gaps in our region, gender gaps in our region, which add up to these issues and these special circumstances, current issues. The roadmap suggested by ECLAC in its core document cannot be more updated. It is a detail of the situation that the region is undergoing today, as well as proposals and initiatives to overcome it. The main thing about these exchanges and debates today, these discussions, is that Latin Americans and Caribbean, people from the Caribbean, we have the tools to overcome these circumstances. Latin Americans and Caribbeans, we have the tools to generate the necessary knowledge to overcome all these hiccups that are taking place in our continent. That's why I congratulate ECLAC for all their job in these 39th session. But historically, I mean, ECLAC was never technocratic. ECLAC was always a living entity full of blood, of life, of spirit, facing challenges that even posed itself, interesting challenges. That is why today we are starting this dialogue between Foreign Office ministers, high officials, and ECLAC. The dialogue that I believe feeds and is great for the debate and the possibility, the forecasts, the projections to find a road so that our continent will find a way to get on its feet and walk through the development path with social justice. Thank you very much, and I would like the Executive Secretary of CEPLAL, José Manuel Salazar, to take the floor. Thank you very much, my dear Minister of Foreign Office of Argentina, Mr. Santiago Cafiero. And good morning, everybody. Dear Foreign Office ministers from Latin America and the Caribbean, dear Joseph Burrell, High Representative of Foreign Affairs for the European Union and VP of the Commission, dear delegates from CEPAL members and authorities other than Latin America and the region, and dear friends, it's an honor to address you as Executive Secretary of ECLAC in this 39th session of ECLAC. I thank you for your presence and for your interest in participating here today. Latin America has crucial moments ahead of it, the cascading events of different crises. We've talked about the climate crisis, health crisis, educational crisis, food security, energy, and living cost. And it's all part of what we know, that we are heading forward. We're heading towards last decade, according to the data we offered in the presentation, in the position paper we used for this meeting. This accounts for important external shocks, but there's also the footprint of our own shortfalls in public policies and few institutional capacities, dilemmas, and gaps that need to be sorted out urgently. In short, I would like to reiterate today with you people here the 10 the major areas which sum up the main gaps and challenges for the region in our position paper. In the first place, productivity, productive development, employment, inclusive growth, which generates, in those terms, a set of closely related challenges that are absolutely fundamental to cope with. In the second place, inequality, then we have social gaps and the need to strengthen the welfare states. Fourth, education, professional calling, and human talent. Fifth, sustainability and climate change. Sixth, the digital transformation. Seven, migrations. 8, regional economic integration. 9, gender equality. And 10, macroeconomic and financial stability. Actually, macroeconomics for development, because macroeconomics and the capability of having fiscal space to invest in all the areas, this is, in short, converging. All these areas, I talked in depth about them when I submitted the position document towards the transformation of the development model in Latin America and the Caribbean, production, inclusion, and sustainability last Monday, 24th, which we prepared for this occasion. We are convinced that the objective we're sharing in these post-pandemic times for 2023 cannot just be mitigating the damages brought by COVID and reactivating the economy, as if that were enough. Going back to the previous situation prior to the pandemic and the Ukraine war. Of course, we need to remedy those damages, such as the increase of poverty, informality, and inequality, and face educational blackout. But besides, we need to promote transformative actions for development so that the countries will move forward, manage to move out of the trap of the mid-income and meet their dreams, the legitimate dreams of being socially inclusive based on the sustained dynamic growth, which needs to be sustainable and inclusive. ECLAC has been and needs to keep on being the place where we can put forward important conversations, which are difficult too. We need to be capable of developing multilateral and multi-stakeholder dialogue that will allow us to pay proper, respectful attention to the different visions coexisting in the region, and on that basis to build regional consensus that will allow us to consolidate the basis of shared diagnosis and proposals for public policies that need to be sustainable in time. Ladies and gentlemen, dear Foreign Office Ministers, I want to reiterate ECLAC's commitment to the job being done by ECLAC. I mean, the Plan for Self-Sufficiency in Health Matters in Latin America and the Caribbean, the ECLAC Fund for Climate Adaptation and Integral Response to Disaster, as well as the startup of the Integral Development Plan for Development by Salvador, Guatemala, Honduras, and the southeast of Mexico, PDI, which today is an initiative hosted by the UN in the region, the whole UN. my dear Santiago Cafiero, my dear Joseph Borrell, I apologize for not attending the ECLAC European Union meeting that I would have wanted to attend because the Secretary General of the UN, Mr. Antonio Guterres, has asked me to attend a UN Chief Executives Board for Coordination meeting starting tomorrow, October 27th. I reiterate my thanks to you for your presence here today. ECLAC must serve its member countries. They are our principles, and here we are ready to pay attention and listening to them and transform your guidelines into our guidance for our job, aware that the agenda that we need to build on means reactivation with transformation, so that in the short term, we may do macroeconomic handling to move out of these circumstances with complex balances to cope with inflation, reactivate economy, create employment, and help vulnerable groups in a limited fiscal space and monetary space and a restricted space. But at the same time, we don't have to postpone reforms and investments because their fruits will help transformation in the mid and long term, but they certainly cannot wait to be implemented because the construction of a better future for Latin America and the Caribbean needs to start today. Thank you very much. So this then, we should now start the dialogue between Foreign Office ministers, and I'm going to ask the Secretary to guide us along this conversation, which is certainly the worst part, or he takes the worst part, the toll is on him. But for clarity of all the delegations, let me tell you the three moments in this session. In the first place, the statements by the foreign ministers who are in person here in the room, and these are Latin American, Caribbean, in Caribbean countries. This is in alphabetical order according to Spanish. The second is an intervention by the High Representative of Foreign Affairs of the European Union, Joseph Borrell, and then a third list of the rest of authorities, Vice Foreign Office Ministers, Deputy Foreign Office Ministers, and other members of ECLAC. According to the Secretariat, the list of the foreign ministers present is the following: Bahamas, Bolivia, Chile, Costa Rica, Cuba, Ecuador, El Salvador, Guatemala, Honduras, Jamaica, Nicaragua, Panama, Paraguay, Peru, Suriname, and Venezuela. Mr. Chair, let's start. We will then ask Bahamas to take the floor.
This on? Morning. Thank you very much for the welcome again. Glad to be here and finding it very informative and interesting. I said yesterday when I spoke that I had last been here in 2005 for the Summit of the Americas. It's interesting to see the progress which has taken place since I was last here. That's quite a long time ago. Interestingly enough, you said that Bahamas is alphabetically in Spanish the first on the list. And they tell us that the word Bahamas actually comes from the Spanish Bahama, they told me, which means shallow. I don't know. I don't speak Spanish, so I'm not sure. Is that what it means? Yeah. So we're right on all fours with that. But thank you very much. Just a side note there. In reading the brief for the few words that I have to say today, I found it fascinating that this experience is able to tell me information which has been collected about our countries and my country in particular, which I would not normally have taken account of. And so I find as a public policy maker, it's a really good idea that this has been convened and then we're back together again. And I'd like to start off by using an expression from the American poet Langston Hughes. And he said, "Life ain't no crystal stair." And I think that sums up where we are, that when you look at what is happening across the hemisphere and region, there's a struggle every day to survive, but our people continue to struggle and survive. And we're here today to help them in that struggle. And it is important for us to always put forward that it is the people of the country, people of the very respected peoples of our countries, that we are here to help and assist. And there's a whole list of things that they've asked me to raise, but I'd like to confine them to a few. Obviously, the question of climate change is front and center for the Bahamas. We had the worst hurricane in our history back in 2019, and some $3.2 billion in damage. 370 people known to have lost their lives. Countless others have been lost. And we're still trying to recover from that damage. And the question is, are we sufficiently serious when we come to COP27 to provide the funding for loss and damage and to provide monies for us to be able to adapt and to mitigate the effects of climate change? So far, the money has not been present or put there for this to happen. And secondly, we keep arguing for this multi-dimensional vulnerability index because it's been said time and again that gross national product per capita does not adequately point out the vulnerabilities of our countries. So when we go to COP27, we will be again arguing on loss and damage and arguing that we need to move to a multi-dimensional vulnerability index. In our region, we are suffering the instability of Haiti. There's an ongoing concern about the instability and humanitarian needs of Haiti, and the Bahamas, along with its CARICOM member states, have decided to work towards some kind of solution for this. I understand that there is a resolution which is potentially to be crafted and go through the United Nations Security Council shortly to be able to provide that support. And I hope that every country here in this room will support those efforts at the United Nations Security Council to support trying to do what we can to restore order and progress in the Haitian Republic. The Bahamas, though, is concerned that there is an asymmetry, and I hope that I listened yesterday to the representative of the OECD, and I'm informed that after the foreign ministers speak, we will hear from the European Union. But there's an asymmetry which exists between CARICOM countries and the EU with regard to their view of what is happening on international tax matters. And I say this because the bottom line is poverty and uplifting people from poverty in our societies. And 10, 20 years ago, the mantra across the hemispheric region was international competition in trade. And international competition in trade meant that we could use whatever assets we had to lower the cost of doing business, and this included tax competition. Suddenly, the EU has found religion on this point, and tax competition has now become somehow immoral. The next thing we know is the rules start changing unilaterally, and these mandates are being imposed upon CARICOM countries. And every time you meet the last goalpost, the goalposts are shifted again unilaterally. And what they're saying is that these societies, the Caribbean societies that are engaged in this tax competition, are robbing the European countries of revenue, when the evidence is in fact just the opposite. First of all, the taxes that are being lost and the money laundering and the allegations that there's evasion, we know that in developed countries that much more money passes through those systems than can ever pass through the systems in the CARICOM countries. So that's the first thing. Secondly, the evidence is that people park their money in our societies, but the money goes right back when it's cashed into the developed societies. And the one that comes to mind is Cameron's father, who used to be the Prime Minister of Britain, discovered that his father had put assets in the Bahamas. When he discovered it, the assets were cashed in and returned to the UK. So the evidence is that the societies are not robbing these European societies of any significant sums. At least that's my view of it. But what I do know is that as a result of changing these, people in the Bahamas who had good incomes as a result of this tax competition, which is what I choose to call it, have now lost those incomes and are now scrapping for jobs in our countries, in a place where they had comfortable middle-class incomes. I took offense to a statement that was attributed to a spokesperson for Oxfam, which is an anti-poverty organization and anti-hunger organization in the UK. And they said after the latest blacklisting of the Bahamas, that the Bahamas deserved what it got. And I thought to myself, how can an organization that knows what the net effect of the policies, these unilateral decisions is going to be on the society in the Bahamas and throughout the Caribbean, how can someone justly make such a statement? It's in fact outrageous. And perhaps they need to go and revisit that statement because it is really causing dislocations in the Bahamas and across the CARICOM region. I see now where the lexicon is now changing and they're saying the word they're going to use with the relationship between us is partnership. So it's not a one-way street or donor just sitting there at a table and doling out money to recipients. I'm happy they're going to describe it as partnership, and I hope that that is what really develops, because there needs to be an international global standard on these tax matters, not unilateral actions. And there needs to be an appreciation of what the net effect of these decisions are on our societies. So if you're really interested in growth and development and in fighting poverty, I say on that question, on those questions, think again. The last point I'd make is this. Growth and development requires the support and investment in our young people. You're looking at the graveyard if you don't invest in young people. And I try to adopt something which the late Kofi Annan said at a meeting in Spain. And he said that countries ought to, when they're inviting investment into our countries, ought to make a public policy decision to set aside at least 10% of that investment for young people to participate in the economies of their countries. It's important for us to adopt some form of inclusion of young people at every step of the way, because that's the future of our countries. And for people who are young people to appreciate that these are societies, these societies in which they live ought to be protected and supported by them, because these are places and countries which will help them raise their families and will also cause them to have good, productive lives into their adulthood. Those are the few thoughts I have on this. And I end only by saying again, thank you for this kind invitation, for the information which is being shared here. And I trust that those who've heard my words will hear them properly and inwardly digest and execute appropriately. Thank you and blessings.
Thank you, Minister.
Bolivia.
Bolivia.
Gracias,
Thank you,
Presidente.
Mr. Chair.
En primer lugar,
In the first place, I want to congratulate our sisterly Republic, Argentina, for having organized this 39th session of the Economic Commission for Latin America and the Caribbean, ECLAC, called towards the transformation of a development model in Latin America and the Caribbean, production, inclusion, and sustainability. Humanity and life in our motherland are undergoing a multidimensional, systematic, and structural crisis that is playing through the climate, energy, hydric, food, health, economic, and financial crisis, as well as the political worldwide crisis. We are witnessing the growing decay of the multilateral system amidst a hegemonic dispute in full development with an uncertain end. In this sense, we reiterate and reaffirm categorically that multilateralism is the only way representing a guarantee of respect between the states and the only means to guarantee peace and international safety. We are 10 days, we're away 10 days from the COP27, the Framework Convention of the UN on climate change that will be held from November 6 to 18, 2022 in Egypt. And 30 years after the commitment that all countries assumed to face the global increase in temperature. However, the results, the outcome obtained haven't been necessarily effective, and that's why today we're on the verge of the planetary climate collapse. Likewise, the climate crisis has brought on serious impacts on the hydrological water cycles, affecting its availability, quality, limiting its capacity to keep the ecosystems going and human consumption. We are very concerned about the fact that developed countries are systematically avoiding their responsibilities and international commitments that were the reduction of carbon emissions, transferring their obligations to the developing countries and the private sector. These aspects are against the principles of equity and responsibility, which are common, but they have to be differentiated. The only solution to face this climate change is for developed countries to lead the ambitious reduction of carbon emissions and meet the zero carbon goals towards 2030. The whole of humanity in our region, in Latin America and the Caribbean, we are still moving out the terrible tragedy and the consequence brought by COVID-19. This health crisis made visible the big inequalities and weaknesses in our health systems, as well as the vulnerability of the financial system and the economic system in the region. Besides, another huge problems that will have to be faced by our region as the food sovereignty and security, because it's more and more difficult to get eatables and food for our people. The food crisis aggravated by the pandemic and COVID-19 is another manifestation of the structural crisis of capitalism, according to the report on the food security, state of food security worldwide in 2022. The number of people that are undergoing hunger worldwide has increased dramatically in the last years, and in our region, Latin America and the Caribbean, over 56 million people were affected. Given this scenario, we need to commit to reinforce public management, public administration, and develop programs guaranteeing small producers better conditions for their production. This means the access to seeds, fertilizers, irrigation, technology, infrastructure, loans, and access to markets in a better condition. The Latin America and the Caribbean countries, we're facing a global economic crisis marked by low growth, high inflation, and growing inequality. We need to focus our policies towards the reconstruction and transformation of our economies. In this sense, we make a note of ECLAC's proposals of being more dynamic as to the productive capacity and structural capacity, as well as the creation of jobs and the different sectors like energy, energy transition, electromobility, industry, digital transformation, sustainable tourism, and small and mid-sized companies, and the economy of the motherland, strengthening the central role of the states in the design and execution of public policies for the transformation of the development model. In this sense, Bolivia put together a midterm development, social and economic development plan for 2021-2025, reconstructing the economy for a better life towards industrialization, substituting imports, with 10 strategic issues articulated with the 3 pillars of the bicentennial patriotic agenda, providing for the goals, outcomes, and actions which will allow us to reconstruct the economy and will head us towards regaining social and economic, macroeconomic stability. Besides getting close to the agenda, to the 2030 agenda and the SDGs. We're pretty sure that the efforts and work done jointly will allow us to face the challenges we have as a region to overcome the serious multidimensional crisis that we are facing. Thus, Bolivia, in the framework of integration and the diplomacy of people, will support all initiatives and efforts allowing us to, as a community, meet outcomes that will favor our people. Thank you very much.
I thank the minister very much, and Chile is now recognized. Thank you, Mr. Chair. My special greetings to Jose Manuel Salazar, Executive Secretary of ECLAC, to you, Santiago Cafiero, to the High Representative for Foreign Affairs and Security Policy of the European Union and Vice President of the European Commission, Josep Borrell, ministers present here today, and delegates. I thank the reflection done today as well as throughout these days, focusing on 3 key topics: production, sustainability, and inclusion. In the case of Chile, it allows us to continue deepening the sustainable productive model that we are implementing based on knowledge, innovation, and clean production. Within a context of strong macroeconomic restrictions in the region and in a complex global scenario, besides the strong impact of the COVID-19 pandemic on our countries, ECLAC projected lower average economic growth for Latin America and the Caribbean. Along those lines, ECLAC has said that besides this, there are conditions that make the recovery of our countries more difficult. Inflation, drop in investment, growing social demands, and the increase of inequality and vulnerability, challenges that all our countries share. The above also negatively affects food security and energy security, which besides the climate crisis, pollution and deterioration of the environment, increases uncertainty among our peoples and calls for coordinated dialogue and actions at the regional level. Therefore, we want to face these challenges jointly and be an active part of our region's path towards sustainable development. In this regard, we know how important deepening regional bonds is through integration initiatives in LAC, so that ECLAC is a privileged forum so that together we advocate for sustainable development in our region. In turn, we are aware of the fact that none of the problems and challenges at the regional level can be successfully solved without 2 essential matters for Chile and for the region: the gender perspective and protection of land, environment, and ocean ecosystems. As President Gabriel Boric has pointed out, the first priority of foreign affairs in Chile is a relationship with our region within a context of all the great challenges already mentioned. We've insisted on the fact that LAC should speak up with a single voice, given the problems that affect us all. We have reiterated our belonging to Latin America and our Latin American identity to project ourselves to the world. Effective integration must be targeted to serve the needs of our populations beyond ideologies. And as a result of the exchange of experiences, the countries may act jointly to face multiple challenges and interact more effectively with the rest of the world. A regional approach is needed based on a dialogue without any exclusions. In turn, Chile reiterated at the last summit of heads of state of Mercosur and associate states, and will do so at ECLAC's meeting today, its commitment to the region and willingness to move forward with initiatives allowing synergies among agendas in the many integration integration mechanisms. Our region has trade, political, cultural bonds that must be tapped as strategic advantages, allowing us to act together. Our bioceanic condition connects us with the main production and consumption centers worldwide. Therefore, to continue strengthening physical integration and communications is not only an option, but a must. In that regard, the document submitted by ECLAC's Executive Secretary accounts for more regional integration through better and more physical infrastructure and efforts to facilitate trade, regulation, harmonization, and rules of origin. We agree with this proposal and trust that progress made in bioceanic corridors be a contribution to the Southern Cone. Together with this, we hope to make efforts to regionally move forward through the feminist and turquoise foreign affairs policy. The climate change, poverty, economic restrictions, and migration, among others, must be considered a response with a cross-cutting gender perspective, including women, for the solution and mitigation of problems. Along this line, the 15th Conference on Women in Latin America and the Caribbean, where we will hand over the chairmanship to Argentina, will be a possibility to move forward in these commitments that are unavoidable. During our chairmanship, we promoted the Regional Alliance for Digitization of Women in LAC with a purpose of contributing to narrowing gender gaps in access to development and to skills and participation of women in the digital economy. The digital platform with all connected and ECLAC support to the national programs that improve women's access to digital technologies are relevant for these objectives. The Inter-American Commission on Women at the OAS would like to reinforce the gender continental agenda, promote the participation of feminist NGOs, and contribute to not going back on our steps regarding progress already made. However, we have challenges ahead, such as investing more in the economic inclusion of women to achieve gender equality, eradication of poverty, and sound economic growth, addressing problems such as food insecurity affecting mostly women, mainstream a fair transition with an intersectional and gender analysis to identify, address, and narrow gender gaps. On the other hand, accession to the Escazú agreement shows our commitment to fighting this three-pronged crisis that we have nowadays with the loss of biodiversity and others. We have to face this crisis from a three-dimensional perspective with a human rights approach and for environmental fairness with the participation of civil society. Along this same line or in the same spirit, Chile promoted at the Summit of the Americas the creation of the Americas for Protecting the Ocean to set up a series of ecologically interconnected protected marine areas from Canada down to Chile. We believe that sustainable development, preservation of our environmental wealth, and the rights of the local community should converge with trade policies so as to give a productive leap through transition towards clean energies. One of the main advantages that our region has is that of its natural resources. Currently, over 60% of electricity generated in the region comes from clean and renewable sources, which accounts or represents a great opportunity to harness a renewable potential to produce green hydrogen. We believe it's important to internationally position LAC as a great region for producing green hydrogen by installing associated facilities. Chile is giving steps forward to face old and new challenges. We are implementing several reforms as well as an agenda for productivity and improvement for foreign investment. At the national level, the government wishes to have productivity grow at 1.5% per annum again, together with a new fiscal compact, production diversification, and more intensive knowledge and technology technology-based activities. We are emphasizing environmentally sustainable sectors that represent territory-based development. With this, we want to cost the increase in minimum salaries, reduction of working days to 40 hours, and the reform of the pension fund. Clean production and preservation of the natural capital is essential. We are developing policies targeted to having carbon neutrality and energy transition to reinforce public and private investments. We have prepared a pro-investment agenda for clean production moving forward in developing a broad network of public transport that is sustainable. We hope to increase productivity and improve foreign investment. In Chile, Apoya, we have fostered access to credit by non-banked SMEs, and we are going to enhance coverage of this Apoyo program or support program, especially focused on women, tourism, and culture. All this will go hand in hand with the cross-cutting nature of gender across the state. Never again without women. All policies, plans, and programs generated should consider the differentiated impact on women, girls, and persons from the LGBTIQ+ community. In brief, one of the biggest challenges that our path to development has is that it reaches out to all. That is what has guided Gabriel Boric's government. We want all to have the possibility of deploying their capacities and potential. With citizens integrated and duly valued, we can reduce inequity and achieve the society we wish, one that values diversity, respect, and efforts. With a more leveled playing ground and a truly inclusive growth, we will be able to meet the demands of our Chilean inhabitants. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Muchas gracias, Canciller.
Thank you very much, Minister. We recognize Costa Rica. Good morning, Mr. Santiago Cafiero, Minister of Foreign Affairs, International Trade and Worship of Argentina, and Chair of ECLAC. Ministers and Vice Ministers of Foreign Affairs of Member States and Associate Members of ECLAC. Mr. Jose Manuel Salazar Sirinax, Executive Secretary of ECLAC, Mr. Joseph Borrell, High Representative for Foreign Affairs and Security Policy of the European Union, and Vice President of the European Commission, delegates. At times of unrest in the global scenario of cascading crises that reinforce one another is when we must make the greatest efforts to identify common needs and promote joint actions to move forward in our efforts aimed at economic recovery and social inclusion to face climate change, the irreparable loss of biodiversity, as well as the quest for well-being of the population. After the COVID-19 health crisis, the region's situation results in a deep fiscal and economic crisis, which is our greatest challenge. The main document for this session shows us that, regretfully, we are in the midst of another lost decade. The good news is that our region has the potential of working jointly to capitalize its own productive heterogeneity and our human talent. Costa Rica agrees that we should target those sectors with the potential of bringing about the productive transformation we need. We invite you to jointly explore the potential of the sectors that ECLAC proposes as development drivers, particularly energy transition, e-mobility, digital transformation, among others. No doubt, strategies to exit the crisis include the urgent action on topics related to financing for development. Structural asymmetries between developed and developing countries and within our countries call for an urgent re-engineering of the international financial architecture. Therefore, we reiterate our request for the incoming chairmanship and secretariat to continue the work and dialogue that they've already started on with financial agencies. ECLAC offers us a toolkit to achieve these common objectives based on better data available and on an exchange of good practices. It also provides innovative approaches to supplement and strengthen our public policies for development. Ladies and gentlemen, for the solutions to this crisis to be sustainable and sustained, we must consider environmental variables and keep up our level of ambition to face this three-pronged environmental crisis. We welcome recognition of a healthy and sustainable environment as a human right that is essential for our sustainable development. Furthermore, in considering the ocean is an essential resource, I am pleased to inform you that Costa Rica has proposed to co-host the next UN Ocean Conference in 2025 together with France. And we invite you to support us in this process. Ladies and gentlemen, we must also urgently and responsibly address the migration phenomenon in our region. Costa Rica, as a country that promotes solidarity and advocates for human rights, has opened its doors to migrants or refugees. Our country reaffirms its commitment to promote safe, orderly, legal, and also humanitarian migration. Costa Rica, in the last 5 years, is ranked 4th in the world as to the greatest number of new requests for refugee status received per capita. We believe, however, that we must promote joint coordinated policies supported by the international community and international organizations. Likewise, as a region, we must address the structural causes of migrations. Excellencies, Costa Rica reiterates its commitment to dialogue, to a peaceful settlement of conflicts, respect for international law and human rights, to meet the SDGs and leave no one behind, and thus have inclusive and more resilient societies. Multilateralism, international cooperation, and solidarity must be at the core of our economic, social, and environmental recovery in this hemisphere, and we must find common solutions to our regional challenges. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias, señor canciller.
Thank you very much, Mr. Foreign Office Minister. Now we will ask Cuba to take the floor. Thank you very much, Mr. Santiago Cafiero, Foreign Minister of Argentina, and ECLAC at this meeting, chair of this meeting, Mr. Manuel Salazar Chilinax, Executive Secretary of ECLAC, Mr. Joseph Bornell, High Commissioner and VP of the European Commission. I would like to start by saying what an honor it is to have participated here in this dialogue of foreign ministers and high authorities of the region of Latin America and the Caribbean. And I'd like to make the most of this moment that I'm taking the floor to officially convey our congratulations to His Excellency, Mr. Jose Manuel Salazar Chilinax, for his recent appointment as Executive Secretary of ECLAC, and to the Argentine government for taking on the pro tempore chair of the organization for the next 2 years, in which no doubt there's a lot to do and you will be supported by Cuba fully. I would also like to thank the government of Costa Rica for the job done in those 2 previous years while they were in office. You can keep on counting on Cuba to support the different regional processes that help the implementation of the 2030 agenda in Latin America and the Caribbean. As we have heard all along these days, the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic has meant moving back considerably regarding several indicators of sustainable development in the region and a deepening of the gaps, structural and systemic gaps, as well as a worsening of the need to rethink the current production and patterns and transform the development model prevailing today. To start, the recovery for transformation purposes in this scenario is complex and delicate, and it demands from us, the countries of Latin America and the Caribbean, a political commitment to keep on fostering sustainable development, preserving peace, security, and going for a resilient, sustainable future for the people of the Americas. The position document presented by ECLAC Secretariat will be very useful in this respect. Cuba ratifies in this framework its commitment and its will to keep on fostering the implementation and the monitoring of the 2030 agenda internationally. At the same time, we open our arms to whoever wishes to share with us our best practices, experiences under the principles of solidarity, meaning to share what we have and not just the surplus. We want to preserve the importance. We want to face climate change. These are musts, and we understand the consequences of not doing so. Very recently, the Ian hurricane caused a tremendous damage in Cuba, and we had to take urgent measures to preserve lives and property and use human and material efforts in the recovery process in these territories and protection to the families that were affected. We thank the help from governments and international agencies, as well as other international stakeholders who have supported us at these difficult times. We know that our recent experience is similar to lots of countries in the Caribbean and Central America. We demand special treatment, fair, equitable, considering the particular vulnerabilities that our countries have. We stress the importance of international cooperation as well as multilateralism, the regional integration and solidarity for the future of our Latin America and Caribbean America. And in this context, we cannot but denounce the unilateral interventions of some states that violate the sovereignty of other countries. Specifically, we demand to stop the commercial and financial blockade imposed by the US governments against our country for the last 60 years in flagrant violation of international law provided for in the UN Charter. This interventionist position of this government against Cuba has become worse and worse in time by applying the full scope of the law Hezbollah and the arbitrary inclusion of Cuba in the list of countries sponsoring terrorism. In particular, we denounce the worsening, unprecedented worsening of this policy in the context of the COVID-19 pandemic, damaging and impairing the national efforts to preserve the life of people and their property. Despite all these obstacles, Cuba still supports its development and the construction of a prosperous socialist republic as part of the Cuban development and economic model, and in line with our social development towards 2030, we're working to promote sustainable growth that supports dynamic economy, the complementarity between economic stakeholders, greater foreign investment, and the increase of the exports of goods and services, as well as greater autonomy and efficiency by the state-owned companies, and fostering and giving momentum to a development model which makes the most of science, innovation, and the new technologies, looking forward to development and social well-being. The Cuban state, supported by the different national and domestic stakeholders, will focus its policies on society to provide quality services, the improvement of the living conditions, promoting and access quality jobs, coverage and sustainability of the social security system and social prevention, caring for vulnerabilities, all in all, looking forward to the demographic dynamics, gender, and race. Very recently, on September 25th, Cuba, in a people's referendum, adopted the new implementation of a new code for families, a catalog of rights that Cuban citizens have with a humanist approach and protection of vulnerable sectors as the elderly or members of the LGTB community. I would like to conclude by calling upon the regional unity, upon international cooperation and intensifying efforts for the development of our Latin America and the Caribbean. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Minister. Ecuador, would you like to take the floor? My dear Santiago Cafiero, Foreign Minister of Argentina, dear Jose Manuel Salazar Chirinicas, Executive Secretary of ECLAC, dear Undersecretary, it will always be good to be able to reflect in the framework of the 39th session of ECLAC. I would like to start by stating and wishing the success to the new Executive Secretary of ECLAC, and we reiterate Ecuador's commitment to the mission and objectives of this important agency. The document that the Executive Secretary of ECLAC put forward for this meeting describes clearly that this year the countries in the region have to affect the effects of a series of cascading crises. The climate crisis, health crisis, employment, social crisis, educational, food security, energy, but in particular, the cost of living. And all this impacted with diverse intensity and different characteristics on different countries, including Latin America and the Caribbean countries. The effects of the pandemic are terrible. Something alarming in the ECLAC report for 2021 was that we consider 27 years moving back into extreme poverty in the region, and young people, adolescents, Afro-descendants being the most affected ones, as well as indigenous people. That's why we fully agree with the document posed by the Executive Secretary that Latin America and the Caribbean demand ambitious policies to overcome the crisis that we've undergone in the last decade. Ecuador has been careful about the implementation of all these outcomes and coincides with the priorities of the need for a policy for sustainable development, because some countries have political policies, and these policies we also have in the government of Guillermo Lasso. The conflict between Ukraine and Russia, because Ukraine couldn't do anything but defend, have a negative impact on the economic performance of the world. And our region is also under the backlash of that war with the prices of energy and of food, the crisis of the chain of supply, and a slow recovery of labor markets are factors that still create an increase of poverty and inequality. In spite of this, the government of Ecuador has been working to eradicate poverty and to generate jobs as pillars for social development and recovery after COVID. Regarding the social pillar, the Ecuadorian state has 4 objectives: to protect families, guarantee their rights, eradicate poverty, and promote social inclusion, guaranteeing integral health rights free of charge, boosting the potentials of citizenships and promoting innovative education and equality education, and generate new opportunities and well-being for the rural areas, stressing binational people. In this respect, we have just finished over 90 days of an exemplary dialogue with all the communities, the Aboriginal communities representing the social movements of Ecuador. Our public policy has improved considerably in important issues like inadequate child development, and we're working in a cross-cutting way to approach something that had been forgotten in the history of Ecuador: chronic child malnutrition. And for this, we are pushing forward a strategy focusing on preventing malnutrition with a series of actions taken that are intersectorial. Among them, condition transfers so that all children in Ecuador will get the opportunity of having a good start in life with a proper nutrition for them and their mothers. That's the first public policy of chronic child malnutrition in the history of Ecuador. We've also increased social inclusion services addressed at young people and adolescents, just as the elderly and those with special capabilities. The economic pillar prioritized the funding for SMEs with the World Bank resources. In 2021, we carried out over 56,000 credits to small operations for $340 billion, as well as specific funding mechanisms targeting tourism. Only 1 year, the loans and credits that this government launched with a 30 years term and 1% interest rate has delivered more $100 million to 40,000 beneficiaries throughout the country. We also help the communities that are vulnerable with technical assistance to strengthen entrepreneurial events and quality events. And all these actions have led to the fact that right from the beginning of this government, over 508,000 jobs, adequate jobs were generated. We've put special attention on small and middle-sized entrepreneurs at the time of agricultural production and other issues that have to do with productive value chains. Let us point out that all the efforts made by our countries are important, but in many cases, there won't be enough. And that's why Ecuador considers that the cooperation and coordination of regional actions is an indispensable tool to reach specific outcomes. In this sense, we strongly believe that ECLAC needs to keep on promoting not just reflections on interesting issues, but also supporting the articulation of common public policies. Allow me to recognize on behalf of Ecuador the important contribution made by Alicia Bárcena to her 14 years of terms of office as Executive Secretary. No doubt they were an important turn in the role of ECLAC, providing for a regional perspective and outlook in the different spaces of the UN. I reiterate the will of my country to help with all the versions implemented by CEPAL, by ECLAC, and the social and economic recovery after the pandemic, which is the objective we all have to reach sustainable development.
We thank the minister and now give the floor to El Salvador. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, ministers. I start by congratulating on behalf of Bukele to Jose Manuel Salazar Sirinax, Executive Secretary of ECLAC. Just like other countries have said, we wish to say that we are fully willing to work in a coordinated manner to consolidate a regional agenda to favor our peoples and the most vulnerable segments. The challenging international scenario in which we live nowadays leads us to collectively reflect to promote economic, social progress of the whole of Latin America and the Caribbean. El Salvador has strongly voiced at different fora the risks of the three-pronged crisis: climate change, pollution, and the loss of biodiversity, particularly due to our location in the dry corridor of Central America, an area that is highly vulnerable because of tropical storms, hurricanes, and droughts that affect a region that lodges over 55 million inhabitants. For El Salvador, the outcomes of COP27 in Egypt will be essential to contribute to achieving the Paris Accord commitments on the basis of common responsibilities, but differentiated in turn. As to the pandemic, we cannot and must not ignore such effects. In my country, there's been a redefinition of priorities to consolidate appropriate conditions for a comprehensive and sustainable development. As our new executive secretary of ECLAC said, we can't limit ourselves to having our countries go back to where they stood before the pandemic. The conflict in Ukraine and its consequences have brought about a significant global crisis to the weakened economy as a result of the pandemic. There are lags in the supply chain, scarcity or shortage of food, fertilizers, and a higher inflation than envisaged worldwide, particularly in the main economies of the different continents, really bringing about a shadow of economic recession. While I'm speaking, there are 32 million people experiencing hunger worldwide. We are talking about human beings that have nothing to eat. We are also talking about human beings that don't know where they will get resources to feed their children. These are true tragedies that should not be happening. El Salvador thus thinks it is essential that among countries, regardless of our economic power or political influence, we must create synergies and reinforce actions to maintain the dynamics of economic development and social fairness that must be equitable. The proper management and promotion of the development models based on creativity, digital and technological innovation, and effective cooperation models have been and will be the way to address the big challenges and economic inequalities across the world. In my country, thanks to the leadership of President Bukele, we have faced the economic crisis directly with our own resources. Above all, to mitigate the impact in the increase in oil prices and import of food. Our country has put in place strategic plans to maintain economic growth and development through training human talent, making trade and investment more agile, reducing timeframes for trade, promoting access to information and new incentives. The commitment of El Salvador with sustainable development was revitalized during the presentation of the second report of the National Voluntary Review at the high-level forum promoted by ECOSOC. We are also preparing a national sustainable development strategy into 2030 that means to promote fulfillment of SDGs so as to progressively guarantee improvements among the Salvadoran inhabitants, leaving no one behind. It's also important to promote the alignment of public and private resources in line with Addis Ababa agenda of funding for development, and also strengthen effective partnerships of many interested stakeholders, pointing to the need to increase transparency and accountability. A new multilateralism and a determined support to regional integration as presented by ECLAC is a vision that my country shares. Likewise, a vision of production, inclusion, and sustainability in Latin America and the Caribbean vis-a-vis the crisis of globalization. From El Salvador, we consider these contributions in light of the digitization processes and in the identification of those big gaps that still are in place in access and connectivity in Central America, as well as in Latin America and the Caribbean. Although it may sound a little disruptive, El Salvador urges ECLAC to give continuity to its efforts to advocate for a better and fairer classification of countries, and consequently for a more equitable allocation in terms of resources. For middle-income countries, economic recovery is more complex still because of their limited access to concessional financing and allocation of cooperation. El Salvador will continue advocating for sustainable, inclusive development of financing for development, allowing solutions to be implemented according to our local needs in view of the socioeconomic context and existing vulnerabilities. We have a historical debt with our peoples, with our voiceless people, with the neediest, with those that suffer day after day to survive, and they do so despite all the adversities or adverse conditions. They are our responsibility. We must serve them. We can't waste more time. Let's act now. Thank you very much, and God bless us all.
Thank you very much, Minister. And now we will ask Guatemala to take the floor. Thank you very much. Greetings in particular to our dear and honorable Santiago Cafiero, Foreign Office Minister of Argentina, and honorable ministers and heads of delegations, His Excellency Mr. Jose Manuel Salazar, Executive Secretary of the Economic Commission for Latin America and the Caribbean, dear Secretary of this prestigious institution, ladies and gentlemen. In the first place, and on behalf of the people of Guatemala and President Alejandro Yamatei, I am honored to congratulate Argentina for taking on the chairmanship of the 39th session of the Economic Commission for Latin America and the Caribbean, ECLAC, and also to thank the people of Argentina for their typical hospitality and how we felt welcomed while we were here. Besides, I want to also thank the wonderful job done by the people of Costa Rica while they were in office during the previous session. And I also want to congratulate Jose Manuel Salazar for his recent designation as Executive Secretary of ECLAC. And I know that under his present leadership, we will make enormous progress in Latin America and the Caribbean. Please count on Guatemala as our support, as an ally, as a friend. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to recognize the resilience of the region if you look at the impact brought on by the COVID-19 pandemic. No doubt there was a health crisis, an unprecedented economic crisis, testing the capabilities of our countries by coordinating these challenges regionally. There is a challenge, and there is the importance of providing ECLAC with the opportunity to be able to guide and have a matrix for a safe and equitable access to markets, not just of vaccines, but rather of the opportunities for economic development, in particular to access credits in vulnerable countries, vulnerable to climate change, as our countries are. Right now, we need to take into account the fact that global disruptions with the multiple crises affecting the regions can also be opportunities for us to join our efforts and work together under guidance and take into account that the horrible, unjustified invasion of Ukraine by the Russian Federation at the same time has brought on an emergency which right now is a global and environmental crisis and a revolution which needs to face its common challenges. That Latin America and the Caribbean might truly turn into a place of hope for the world, especially looking at a crisis of food security as we're heading to. In this context, I want to thank ECLAC for their contributions by putting forward proposals in the document, production, sustainability, and inclusion in the regionally, given the globalization and political strategy, which makes us reflect on new strategies to face the circumstances prevailing today, which we need to face together. The government of Guatemala has made different efforts to counteract these challenges, looking for the way to minimize the damages to our economy and making the most of the investment productive processes to increase the positive effects, inclusion, sustainability regarding the SDGs and the 2030 agenda. For 2021, Guatemala took fiscal action policies against certain monetary policy. And we've been so prudent and cautious that today our GDP increased more than 8% last year. And this is being corroborated by the three main risk rating companies and international agencies. Based on this, Guatemala has been qualified as a mid-income country and has put forward the planning, implementation, and follow-up of the integral development plan, having managed to cost it effectively, looking for the interaction of all the groups composing our society so that this reflects and is representative of the needs of our people. This being the case, it is of vital importance for the system of the UN to take into consideration the challenges that we all face. This is fundamental to understand that our plans prior to this unjustified invasion of Ukraine and the effects, the post-pandemic effects, and additionally climate change issues pose the risk of being, or jeopardizes the possibility of prevent food security in our region. And we need to implement and assert the fact that this increase of prices and energy worldwide is a result of the war in Ukraine. In this respect, I want to reiterate that Guatemala is a very peaceful country and has been solidary right from the start with the people of Ukraine. So much so that on July 25th, together with Dr. Alejandro Martin Cayer, we visited the country and we witnessed the horrors of the permanent ongoing war that causing devastation and horrors. We reiterate without fail the need to stop this invasion and to find a peaceful solution as to independence, sovereignty, and territorial integrity of human rights as safety and security for everybody. We cannot put up with anything that is something like war. Your Excellencies, we are aware of the impact of climate change in Latin America and the Caribbean because this is a highly vulnerable and very diverse region. In the sixth report by the Intergovernmental Expert Group on Climate Change, this is listed as well as in other documents regarding these issues. It all reflects that several countries in the region have been affected by the Julia tropical storm that has made us go back regarding sustainable developments achieved in Latin America and the Caribbean. This phenomenon caused great damage, but also makes us commit and realize that we are very vulnerable countries when it's about climate change, and that we need to focus our action and seek to lessen the impact for the reconstruction of our people and the resilience we need to provide for and prevent these catastrophes. Mr. Chair, as a country of origin, transit, and destination of migrants, we've had to redouble our efforts to provide better attention to these people who today are in a vulnerable situation. My country fosters laws fostering investment and the rule of law to prevent the irregular migration, but we also struggle against and fight against human trafficking groups, and the government of Guatemala prioritizes the participation and contribution of many specific projects, but in particular, a life family policy in the 2021 and 2023 periods of time. We will be carrying out more than 99 actions focusing on caring for the immediate needs for Guatemalteca people, and especially keeping an eye over, because life needs to be kept alive, an eye over regarding our body of laws. We have declared a pro-life capital in Ibero-America because we respect this human fundamental right. We all need to have an integral vision regarding the problems that are today a part of our everyday life, but in particular, the commitment we need to undertake is to join together for an effective economic recovery without leaving anybody behind. It is fundamental that together with a true integration of our region, we need to be the opportunity and the window worldwide, hope and encouragement. I'd like to conclude by thanking ECLAC because the idea is for the region to move forward in the 3 dimensions of sustainable development, eradicate poverty, reduce inequality. And I'm pretty sure that in an open process, a transparent process, we will head ahead together. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Minister. Now we recognize Honduras, Enrique. Thank you, Santiago Cafiero, Minister of Foreign Affairs, International Trade and Worship of Argentina. We always thank the Argentine peoples for their hospitality and all the preparations around this meeting of ECLAC in Buenos Aires. My very special greetings on behalf of Xiomara Castro to Jose Manuel Salazar, Executive Secretary of ECLAC, and likewise, we offer him all our support to work jointly on the topics worked on by ECLAC in the region. Special greetings to SICA's Secretary General and other organizations present here, as well as for Josep Borrell, High Representative for Foreign Affairs and Security Policy of the European Union and Vice President of the European Commission. This meeting is held at a time of great challenges and problems and uncertainties worldwide. In 2023, we expect recession for a great part of the economies on Earth, and for our region, a greater slowdown of growth. While this happens, monetary policies are harshened and fiscal frameworks must be reconfigured. Loss of purchasing power grows, generating or bringing about less well-being and a lot of discontent among our peoples. And being able to foresee what's going to happen is really complicated. This meeting could not be more timely to discuss crucial topics on the agenda based on the report already presented by ECLAC's Executive Secretary, Jose Manuel Salazar. From our point of view, the document brings together core topics on the challenges for Latin America and the Caribbean, where there's a globalized economic model that and also external cascading crisis that have highlighted inflation, climate, energy, and social issues, plus the aftermath of the pandemic that have left a fragile health situation in our countries, and also food insecurity based in our region and elsewhere too. Countries like ours in Central America and the Caribbean are those that have caused less harm to the planet as to climate vulnerability, but we are the ones that are most hit by natural disasters. Likewise, the war in Ukraine, we do not provoke these conflicts, but face the greatest number of problems. We believe that multilateralism must be redefined. We must go to a more equitable outline for all the countries, strengthen it, and avoid these conflicts that ultimately only bring about more benefits for the war economy than for our people's suffering that's impact. The ECLAC document highlights a high incidence that external conditions impose on the social and environmental sustainability conditions resulting mostly from the interdependent environment. Although it's true that we've been living in a globalized world for several decades with ups and downs, the crises that we are facing are more recurrent each day with a quicker transmission, worsened by the structural conditions faced by our countries at the domestic level. While the growth of our economy slows down, the social fragility conditions increase for our populations. Furthermore, we suffer the blows of climate change that bring about really big losses in our productive machinery and worsens the risk and social vulnerability for great segments of the population. In the case of Honduras, we were trying to rebuild our country after the damages suffered in 2021 with El Cañota, and now the hurricane has hit us again, displacing over 30,000 people in our country. This obviously has an impact on displacement towards or resettlement in other countries of our continent, which brings about serious social problems. Day after day, we have a more fragmented environment with more shocks, bringing about one crisis after another. I mean, the weakest links in the chain are more unprotected and facing higher risk. Honduras, one of the smallest economies in the region, faces not only the effects of external shocks and the crisis identified in this report, but also high social, environmental, and food vulnerability. We face the serious consequences of 12 years of a dictatorship that abused power and resources instead of benefiting the Honduran people. Globalization has affected us asymmetrically. 70% of our population faces poverty, a deterioration of our natural resources, loss of infrastructure, food insecurity, and we lag behind in the training of human capital. Inflation has affected us tremendously, deteriorating salaries and making the basic basket more expensive. The greatest percentage of inflation comes from abroad. We have no control on it. Our government under Xiomara Castro has implemented several measures targeted to strengthening the social protection network, with subsidies focused on the most vulnerable sector of the population and others targeted to the national productive machinery and the population at large, maintaining good economic recovery and focusing on those sectors that can ensure food security, and a series of monetary and fiscal measures to curb inflation without sacrificing priorities for public and private investment. In line with what we said in this document, the paradigm for Honduras and many countries in Latin America and the Caribbean requires a new outlining in line with our realities for our citizens. A stable economy is important, but it should not be considered over and above general well-being and over and above social vulnerability and poverty of our countries. We've got to act quickly. In many of my predecessors today have mentioned COP27 at a time in which countries must face challenges, make decisions, and ensure that swap of debt for climate is important. ECLAC has an important role to play in the future of our region. We are willing to continue working with this organization, rendering all our support at a time when the global situation is more and more complicated. Let's work for the development of our peoples, for those that lag behind, for those hundreds of thousands that, as in the case of Honduras, remit over 24% of GDP to our countries in remittances, and they are the most vulnerable in our societies that are now upholding the country. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Mr. Enrique Reina, Foreign Office Minister of Honduras. And now we will ask Camina Johnson-Smith, Minister for Foreign Office of Jamaica, to take the floor.
Gracias. In their absence, I salute Minister of Foreign Affairs Santiago Cafiero, Senor Jose Salazar, new Executive Secretary of ECLAC, Excellencies, colleagues, good morning. Today's dialogue, organized by the government of Argentina and held under the auspices of ECLAC, is important and timely. I wish to commend Minister Cafiero for its convening and commit Jamaica's support during his chairmanship. I also express appreciation for the position paper produced by the Secretariat to ground discussions during the 39th session and wish Senor Salazar a successful tenure. Over the past 2 days, and indeed this morning, member states of ECLAC have aptly set out the scale and complexity of the challenges facing the world and indeed the Latin American and Caribbean region. As we focus on the dual tasks of recovery and transformation of our economies and societies, today's dialogue invites us to consider our actions and the solutions that will pave our way out of this untenable status quo towards a sustainable future, the only future which ensures our survival. I'd therefore like to focus on only one of the challenges which ECLAC has invited us to consider, the global environmental emergency, and more particularly, its three components: climate change, biodiversity loss, and pollution. On the first, climate change, the stark warning of the UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres earlier this year that we are sleepwalking to climate catastrophe reminds us that the window of not exceeding the Paris Agreement target of 1.5 degrees is fast closing. Even though 1.5 is not a safe state, especially if we consider the growing number of hazards over the world, we must recall that it remains one of the primary global efforts that gives us a fighting chance to avert the catastrophe that otherwise awaits us. In Jamaica, we are currently updating our climate change policy framework to account for these worsening realities and to revise the government strategies to respond to the climate change impacts expected in the next few years. We're developing an emissions policy framework to further advance the commitments signed on to under the Paris Agreement. The gaps in climate finance, however, present an ever-moving target. We are proud to have co-chaired with France the UN Secretary General's Climate Finance Initiative to replenish the GCF, and our co-chairmanship of the NDC partnership with the United Kingdom over the last 2 years, ending in December of this year, has also promoted the mobilization of finance at scale for climate and development action. We welcome new and ongoing efforts to help countries implement their NDCs, including support anticipated under the EU's NDC. In spite of its best efforts, or rather the best efforts of developing states, however, our small islands in particular continue to be on the front lines of a disaster not of our making. We are forced to pay an economic and social price beyond that which we can afford. It is necessary for high emitters to take urgent and significant mitigation action. It is essential for adaptation finance to be scaled up and made more accessible. Furthermore, the part of the equation that often receives insufficient attention is the need to address loss and damage. As we look forward, therefore, to participating actively in COP27 in Sharm el-Sheikh, we therefore continue to support the AOSIS-led proposal for a loss and damage finance facility as a necessary step to plugging the financing gap. We hope we can rely on the additional voices of countries around this table in support thereof. The second component of the environmental emergency trifecta is the conservation of precious biodiversity. According to UNEP, the Latin America and Caribbean region has 50% of the world's biodiversity and is one of the most endowed regions in terms of natural capital wealth. The government of Jamaica has prioritized the protection of our own national biodiversity, declaring three new protected areas, such that 25% of Jamaica's terrestrial area and approximately 12 to 15% of our ocean space is now protected under law as of this year. As a member of the Global Oceans Alliance and the Oceans Panel, Jamaica is playing a leading role in promoting ambitious ocean action within the UN Convention on Biodiversity, as well as a sustainable ocean economy. Our progress in the area of biodiversity conservation has also benefited from the valuable support of our European partners, including through grant funding for improved forest management and the finalization of the boundaries of the cockpit country, one of our protected terrestrial areas. The UN Conference on Biodiversity next month in Montreal, Canada, will therefore be important in reinforcing continued stakeholder dialogue and action-oriented partnership on biodiversity loss. We look forward to working with each and every one of you there. Finally, on pollution, Jamaica is legislating regulations to control air quality, wastewater, and sludge. the transboundary movement of hazardous waste and other contributors to pollution. We're also increasing the fines and penalties on the wastewater and sludge regulations so as to better protect our ecosystems. Our plastic regulation continues. Mr. Chairman, in conclusion, let me recall the 77th anniversary of the United Nations, which Jamaica joined in celebrating with the world on Monday of this week, UN Day. The UN system, of which the ECLAC is an important part, continues to be the primary multilateral vehicle through which the nations of the world listen to each other, exchange views, build solutions together, and act in the global interest. This global interest, and indeed the regional interest, is now national interest. And this is why we are here today. It is in this spirit that Jamaica will continue to work collaboratively with its development partners, with our brothers and sisters of the region, towards the attainment of environmental, economic, and social stability for the sustainable future which we require today. I thank you.
Thank you, Minister Johnson. A continuación,
And now, the Minister of Foreign Office from Paraguay, Mr. Julio César Arriola.
No se escucha.
Can you hear me?
No se escucha.
Yes, yes, we can.
Distinguidas y distinguidos ministros de Relaciones
Distinguished Foreign Office Ministers, dear Executive Secretary of ECLAC, Jose Manuel Salazar, ladies and gentlemen, Paraguay wants to highlight the importance of this space for dialogue, which allows to exchange experiences and reconcile common regional objectives, ratifying its commitment to face the negative effects of the current crisis with cooperation and integration. The global challenges have shown features of global governance that might be adjusted. It is necessary to focus on a debate which will allow for renewed relationship between the state, civil society, and private sector, with the aim of facing similar crises in the future. Recently, this general situation brought on by the pandemic and worsened by the current conflict in Europe has reached out to all areas in the world, including Latin America and the Caribbean. These circumstances are a menace for the stability of the supply chain and food security in a global way. In Paraguay, these events have been particularly serious in their repercussion, with an increase in the inflation rate and the unemployment rate, as well as in the percentage of the public debt, generating a budget deficit of minus 3.6% of the GDP. In spite of the adversities of the post-pandemic, the Paraguayan country is still producing food. The agricultural sector represents 12% of the GDP and constitutes one of the main drivers for the economy of Paraguay, with an important shareholding in the exporting matrix. Thus, the action taken by the Paraguayan government for economic repercussion of the productive sector are based on 4 pillars: assistance to agricultural producers, these would be household economy, flexibilization of taxes, refunding or reprofiling of debt, and special credit facilities. Your Excellencies, dear friends, the countries in development that are landlocked, we face difficulties in the export and import of products, mainly because of the challenges brought on by the transport through in-transit countries that generate costs and make us less competitive when we access markets and global production chains. The dimension of our domestic market adds up to our geographical condition, which demands from us additional efforts and differential efforts to stimulate the development, which very often translates into the need for reducing taxes in an additional way to bring on investments and external capital, foreign capital, to generate decent jobs. All this, in turn, may affect the state income, state revenue, and restrict the maneuver capability when you look at public policies that are needed to make progress towards adequate and sufficient development. This situation represents bottlenecks when we look at the finding for Paraguay's development, requiring responses that need to adapt to our special characteristics. We may point out thus that the post-pandemic should not impair the progress obtained regarding the facilitation of trade and transit towards developing countries that are landlocked. In this context, the Vienna program, action program for developing landlocked countries for the 2014-2024 10-year period is a priority for Paraguay, and it's absolutely a priority. With the purpose of contributing to the preparation of the third conference for this group of countries that will be held in 2024, my country has expressed its wish to host the regional conference to review the program anticipated for 2023. On the other hand, I would like to point out that our region is very vulnerable to climate change because of the climate variability periods, growing inflation, volatility of commodity prices and inputs, and reduced production levels. In this sense, Paraguay highlights the fact that the progress towards agricultural sustainability demands fair transition and a gradual transition, respecting the different realities, which are productive realities, economic realities, and environmental realities. Ladies and gentlemen, dear ministers, Paraguay advocates for the strengthening of the multilateral trade system, encouraging international open trade that needs to be transparent and foreseeable, as well as making the most of innovations regarding science and technology. Likewise, we are aware of the importance of addressing environmental concerns multilaterally. And thus, we fight for rules that are science-based, duly considering the local diversities and the principle of common responsibilities in a differential way, precisely during transition and gradual periods of time. The implementation of unilateral measures with cross-border effects based on this situation without considering the regulatory efforts made by countries and the diverse climate and geographical peculiarities and features may be concealed barriers to trade and may even jeopardize the food security of the whole world. We truly believe that the current context offers an opportunity, a unique opportunity to reach consensus, and we are absolutely convinced that ECLAC is the framework, the best framework for this. And thus, as it's always done, Paraguay will keep on supporting this Commission's work. And I'd like to conclude by congratulating the new Executive Secretary, Jose Manuel Salazar from Costa Rica, who we wish the best of success in his new functions. Thank you very much for allowing me to take the floor.
Muchas gracias.
We thank the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Paraguay and now recognize the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Peru, Mr. Cesar Landa. Santiago Cafiero, Minister of Foreign Affairs, International Trade and Worship of Argentina, Mr. Jose Manuel Salazar Chirinax, Executive Secretary of the Economic Commission for Latin America and the Caribbean, Ministers of Foreign Affairs and high authorities attending this meeting. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to congratulate the government of the Argentine Republic for the organization of this session that has again been held in person after 4 years. Likewise, Mr. Jose Manuel Salazar Sirinax, I'd like to wish you all the success as Executive Secretary of ECLAC. In that regard, I reiterate Peru's interest of strengthening the monitoring of work carried out during previous years and our links with ECLAC to promote the economic and social development in our country and in Latin America and the Caribbean. The current context worsened by the COVID-19 pandemic, by global warming and geopolitical challenges, such as the armed conflict between Russia and Ukraine and the strategic rivalry between the US and China, have had an effect and still do so on the economic development of the region and on the prospects of sustainable growth and in the narrowing of structural gaps that particularly affect the most vulnerable in our countries. These world crisis weaken even further the process of globalization and lead many political and business leaders to question multilateralism and international cooperation as means to reinforce sustainability and a fair and equitable economic growth. Therefore, we cannot achieve current shared objectives if we do not rethink a new international framework that the UN Secretary General refers to as a new world social compact that in Peru we've been reflecting on. And Professor Frajoli calls it a constitution for Earth, but from a Southern Hemisphere approach, because we have paid the highest price for the current global model. Peru firmly believes in the importance of multilateralism and is convinced that the core task of the states is to reform the institutions of the international system to make them more efficient and that they become true fora to peacefully solve through dialogue and coordination any disagreements that may arise between states. So as agreeing on our international cooperation so as to overcome the crisis of the pandemic and the war together. This constitution for Earth must be joint work among all international stakeholders that must be promoted in different geopolitical scenarios and international fora. It must also seek to promote actions to favor sustainability, promoting economic development and reducing poverty and inequality to favor the most vulnerable. ECLAC, hand in hand with the region's countries, must continue encouraging sustainable economic reactivation that is also resilient and equitable, particularly among those that suffered the most from COVID-19 by reinforcing micro, small and medium-sized companies. With this, we seek to achieve tangible effects in industrial development, one that is sustainable, creation of jobs and promoting innovation through capacity building. The modernization of the state is vital. We need efficient public management based on the digital transformation of processes, improvement of connectivity and governance. With this, we seek macroeconomic soundness to go hand in hand with quality and efficiency within the public administration to fight against corruption and to benefit all citizens. Likewise, it is necessary to prioritize sustainable investments that are environmentally friendly, contributing to the economic development of the population. And the state must also promote this kind of socially responsible investments and generate an enabling environment and provide legal certainty, promoting more synergies with the private sector to promote sustainable, inclusive development. Just like all other countries in the region, Peru has been making efforts to manage as efficiently as possible external shocks that unavoidably affect democratic governance. For decades, there prevailed in our environment the idea that we know is mistaken, that economic growth would reach out to all sectors of the population and would automatically reduce inequalities through the so-called trickling down. the pandemic has more clearly shown the structural weaknesses that hinder our economic development, such as deficient public services, the digital divide, the lack of inclusion and access to formal jobs. It's necessary to reinforce social protection systems and provide certainty to income that have an impact on the public health sector. Too, the state must continue rendering assistance to the most vulnerable through social programs focused on these groups so that they meet their basic needs such as food, education, health. For this, it is essential to have ECLAC support through its studies and recommendations so that policies are more effective to help out the population within that context and to close or narrow structural gaps without affecting the country's economic development. Finally, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to mention that for Peru, it is essential to empower human beings and their dignity and promote fundamental rights, because these are the backbone of a democratic state, and highlight three cross-cutting principles to favor sustainable economic development. First, full respect for human rights. Secondly, defense of democracy. And thirdly, promotion of the rule of law. Without these principles, it is impossible to uphold economic development and growth in the long term, reaching out to all our citizens. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Foreign Office Minister. And now we will ask Suriname to take the floor.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Minister Santiago Caviero. First of all, congratulations on your chairmanship. I wish you all the best, but also count on Suriname, as we have just assumed also the chairmanship of one of the institutional frameworks within CEPAL, the CDCC. I want to also thank you and Argentina for hosting this 39th session of ECLAC and the hospitalities which you have extended. To our good friend, Jose Manuel Salazar Sirinas, the newly appointed Executive Secretary, I want to wish him all the best on his recent appointment. And I know that with his vast knowledge of Latin America and the Caribbean, we can be assured of an active and result-oriented CEPAL. Colleague ministers, good morning. As one of the last speakers, I benefit from the different positions and opinions which have been expressed by other colleagues before me. And certainly, I subscribe to many of the ideas and approaches presented to create a stronger, a better, safer, and more productive Latin America and the Caribbean. Mr. Chairman, it is important to reflect on where we are as a region and as individual countries in terms of our economies, our social fabric, our political positioning, with all the challenges we face, but also the opportunities that exist. I want to thank ECLAC for the analytical work which they have done and produced in several documents. We support the documents which have been presented and also the roadmap which the newly appointed Executive Secretary has laid out, and also the resolutions which have been presented. But Mr. Chairman, apart from the analytical work and the discussion around it, I believe it's important that these recommendations and the analysis must be translated in the agenda and the work and the finance programs of the multilateral system in the Americas, and also the regional and sub-regional development financing institutions. Otherwise, it will remain words and the execution will remain limited and will not bring the progress which we are seeking for. Therefore, I suggest that under your leadership, that we have also a CEPAL meeting with the financial institutions and have that what we have agreed on today and yesterday translated in the work programs to align finances with execution. Otherwise, I see really great challenges in delivering on the promises which we make today and which we have done before. Mr. Chairman, a lot has been said already about where we are. But last week we had a meeting of the CDCC, the Caribbean Development Council in Suriname. And I want to highlight 5 issues that were discussed extremely extensively. One is, and all of these have been touched on before, so I won't go into detail, but one is vulnerability, specifically for small island states and countries with low-lying coastal areas, the debt burden, high debt burden in many countries, around the 90% on average, and as a consequence, the liquidity constraints. Attracting finance, FDI, is not easy these days in these circumstances. Secondly, the multidimensional vulnerability index, and I'll speak to that a bit shortly. Data and statistical capacity needs in the region, especially for planning purposes. The importance of global partnerships for repositioning, recovery, and resilience building in the Caribbean. And then the last one, economic restructuring, especially recovery and rebuilding, as well as diversification for deeper integration of the Caribbean with Latin America, with the Latin American economies. Mr. Chairman, these are critical issues for us to survive in a region where the diversity is enormous, but also in light of global external shocks. With regard to climate change, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to echo what has been said before, but go specifically in the following points. First of all, most of us will be going to COP27 in Egypt shortly. And in fact, there's no certainty. Amidst the uncertainty which we live in, I'm not sure if COP27 will provide us that certainty in terms of delivering on the pledges which have been made over the past decade, the priorities that should be attached to adaptation, financing, loss, and damage, but also the need to simplify accessibility and eligibility of funds. It takes almost 3 to 4 years before a project is financed. And I must say that those countries who, and we all suffer from climate impact, that we do not need more studies and consultancies because we live the impact. We know what the impact is. What we need, as certainly in the Caribbean, is project financing to improve in a visible manner the ecosystems and the damage done. And regretfully, not much of the global funds have been reaching the Caribbean. So we need to simplify the eligibility and the application procedure so that we can benefit while we experience the impact of the support to be provided. With regard to the multidimensional vulnerability index, sufficient to say that for us, it's important that we receive your support, Latin American support, for the Caribbean Resilience Funds, an initiative initiated by ECLAC, but also to count on your support in terms of at least discussing in a more meaningful manner, but ultimately towards a goal of taking a decision in terms of the multidimensional vulnerability index. What we have today is not sufficient to categorize countries, and unless we change the way we operate countries, unless we change, in fact, the whole financing for development architecture globally, we will not be able to support countries in difficulties. So we hope that this will become a priority for the region as a whole. With regard to the private sector, where we try to bring the economies together, Mr. Chairman, ladies and gentlemen, I think it's important to connect our private sectors because they are the drivers of economic growth, and it's not happening enough. We should, and ECLAC, but also in a broader sense, CEPAL, and the organization as a whole should bring the private sector together, different private sector organizations within the Americas. The governments can do one thing, but it's the private sector which will need to bring economic growth through investments and partnerships. We have to take away the obstacles. We need to optimize the potential of a Latin American and Caribbean economic space. And I think there's great opportunity there. There's enormous growth potential for Latin America and the Caribbean, but unless we work together at that level, it will not happen. So again, a call for action. My last point has to do with our sister nation, Haiti. I do like to bring the attention of all here on the political, security, and humanitarian crisis in Haiti. And as we speak, the people of Haiti are suffering. There are several initiatives taken at an hemispheric level, also at a global level, with regard to how to support Haiti. And I want to just take this opportunity to call on all of us to not only demonstrate solidarity, but to provide real support to the Republic of Haiti in trying for them to solve their problems. Mr. Chairman, there are short-term problems in our region with regard to the impact of the war against Ukraine. My colleagues have spoken on that already, but we should not forget that short-term actions will be required as well. So in closing, amidst the uncertainty created by COVID-19, of which many countries are still recovering, and the war against Ukraine, which we have condemned in the strongest possible terms, and the impact this has on our economies and our social life, we must recognize that in the diversity which Latin America and the Caribbean represents, we must find ways to strengthen our resolve, our unity, and also, and foremost, to act together for the common good. And all these challenges and opportunities we encounter today, Mr. Chairman, will not come to fruition without being inclusive, leaving no country behind, no people behind. Because in this globalized world, in this independent world, we all depend on each other in these difficult times. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Minister. And now we will ask Venezuela to take the floor. Thank you very much. On behalf of the Constitutional President of the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela, Nicolás Maduro Moro, I wish to greet all the ministers of Foreign Office from our brotherly countries, the high representatives of the governments present, the Foreign Minister Santiago Casiro of Argentina, as well as all those present. We want to greet and congratulate the new Executive Secretary of CEPAL, Mr. Jose Manuel Salazar Chirinax, who we wish all the success when he is in his new position, and our commitment to keep on the working lives fostered by the previous Executive Secretary, Mrs. Alicia Bárcenas. The world and regional post-pandemic context is difficult and complex and has an impact on the economic development of the region, whose prognosis for growth in 2022 was 2.7%. This, as a region, forces us to work as a whole during 2023 to improve growth for the region. The COVID-19 pandemic has taught us lessons and findings that we need to consider. Venezuela, at the beginning of the pandemic, was the subject matter of strong attacks. The vicious, coercive, unilateral measures against my country prevented us from buying vaccines, medical kits, other medication necessary to stop the pandemic, which subsequently, after big efforts and thanks to friendly countries, we were able to put an end to that blockage. Venezuela was the epicenter of the infection in Latin America, and Venezuelan migrants were marked as the transmitters of COVID-19. They moved elsewhere to other countries in the region. However, the reality in our country was different to the projections made by those that attacked our people. And time showed, and the practices used by our governments showed that the impact, the minimum impact, the negative impact was minimum brought on by COVID-19 on our people. The Venezuelan people, given the difficulties of COVID-19, started creating entrepreneurship that kept underpinning the Venezuelan economy. The government started a policy for regularization of the new ventures, favoring these small new companies by giving them user-friendly loans and creating programs intended to promote the products put together by small entrepreneurs in order to help promote their products nationally and their projection internationally. Our effort to favor the role of the Venezuelan women, of those who have led the creation of new social projects, new ideas, and the public banks and private banks have destined 67% of the resources to fund these projects in the last years. Likewise, we should say and mention that the social policy focused and oriented by our government to the growth and empowering of our people to lead projects addressed and for the benefit of our people. The policy in general has encouraged national industry, whether public or private, fostering the diversification of the economy. And all this has allowed, and we can announce it here, has enabled possible economic outcome that our country has shown in spite of the unilateral, coercive, and legal measures. And our country will show growth in its economy, round about 10% of, and I remember some other people have even estimated more than that. Amidst the full pandemic, the government of President Nicolas Maduro created 5 special areas in the country as part of the macroeconomic strategy under the regulations of the so-called anti-blockage law, which allows to create the necessary conditions to counteract the effects of unilateral coercive measures. These special economic areas are on the way of being created. To find momentum for the exports, the Venezuelan government also created special conditions to speed up everything to do with foreign trade, allowing for the small, mid, and big companies to speed up the process. Among other decisions about micro and macro decisions of macro policy allowed the economy to grow close to, as I've already said, close to 10%. In this regional context, we need to be aware of the challenges and the conflicts that are affecting different regions worldwide, continuing with the fostering the peacefully. We are advocate for the peace and recuperation of the peace in those regions, which is currently not happening. The response of Venezuela is a peaceful diplomacy characterized by respect of sovereignty of the states of the world, the self-determination principle, seeking unity and strategic partnerships for the benefit of the people. In this sense, we reaffirm our commitment as Latin America and the Caribbean as an area of peace based on the respecting principles and standards in international law. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Minister. To wrap up this dialogue of ministers of foreign affairs of our region, First of all, I would like to express my great satisfaction regarding these 3 days of work together with ECLAC, the discussion on the core document, the open dialogue that took place, hearing all voices, respecting them all, because challenges are huge, and without integration, these challenges cannot be tackled. The difficulties we face, those in charge of diplomacy in our region, became clear. Difficulties in South America, Central America, in the Caribbean, different ones, but we all face diverse gap-related problems for development that have extended over time and that we find very difficult to address. To these practically structural difficulties, now we must add difficulties brought about by crises not provoked by our continent, but that are unavoidable and that we obviously must face, although many of them result from actions that were avoidable, but we must face them anyhow because our peoples cannot wait. They need quick solutions. The region did not bring about all this, but the region can build a path forward with autonomy, knowledge, sovereignty, with knowledge about the productive fabrics of our region, our countries. And what we must do is to reinforce cooperation with one another, partnerships between regions to implement joint solidarity-based actions. That is essential. We have an asset at this time of uncertainty. We are an area of peace with 4 sub-regions: the Mercosur, CARICOM, the Andean Community, and the Common Central American Market. We need these sub-regions, these blocks, to cooperate and work with one another. That is the challenge in these times, or else we'll always be looking outwards and demanding solutions to come from abroad. But these are ECLAC figures. In 2021, intra-regional trade was 15%. In 2008, 22%. This is something we Latin Americans and Caribbeans must see to. We can't look sideways. That is our responsibility. We have a potential market of over 660 million inhabitants and close to $5.5 billion or trillion dollars of GDP measured in current US dollars. In a world that is looking inwards, in a world where unilateralism is starting at the financial level and isolation as part of the foreign policy for preservation purposes, productive chains across our continent need interaction. They call for that. It's not only a flag or a banner of one political party or one country. I mean, we need to survive. We must develop our industrial sectors, our production chains. This is not a banner of a political party in our region. Instead, it's an urgent need. If we don't do so, we will never be able to solve the inequality gaps, gender gaps, employment gaps, educational gaps. If we don't build a productive system for adding value, not denying that blessing of having natural resources in our region, but adding value to that knowledge, talent of Latin Americans and Caribbeans. As to natural resources, we have strategic ones like minerals, lithium. Here I see the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Bolivia and Chile. That triangle of lithium accounts for a great percentage of the lithium reserve worldwide. Our countries can't do this alone. We need a regional chain concerning this strategic resource. These are the challenges that lie ahead of us. If to natural resources, we may add value to them and we may add technology, imported technology, not necessarily. We can develop our own technology. We can also cooperate naturally and move forward, setting up production chains that generate knowledge, added value, and particularly good quality jobs for our people. Energy transition. Well, natural resources in Latin America and the Caribbean are strategic. Green hydrogen, we talked about this with Borrell yesterday. He has a very interesting view on this topic. But green hydrogen, or hydrogen generally speaking, as fuel, indeed, this is an opportunity for our region and we must harness it. For that, we need to have energy integration that is not in place in Latin America and the Caribbean. These are the challenges, and these challenges we must solve. There's no other way. And how do we go about it? Latin America and the Caribbean have financial institutions. They have platforms for financing development. These platforms for financing basic infrastructure, key infrastructure, to become a part of the safe chains, supply chains. We have that. We have CAF, Fonplata, CAF, the Latin American Development Bank, the Central American Bank, it's IDB. That is where we must consolidate the structures. This has already been thought of, and we must really harness all this, really make these organizations work positively as a dynamizing element, not at country level only, in a stagnated manner. Cooperation in the field of technology, farming technology, that is something that distinguishes us here in Argentina. However, the possibilities we have for biotechnology, knowledge-based services, these are only instruments that can make a difference if we think of them collectively. Those countries that have scientific and technological development linked to these productive processes, they have options. They can apply it at the domestic level and demonstrate that that technology and knowledge is effective, and then they can export it. And that, they generate regional cooperation, they add value, and therefore the benefits would be collective in nature, transforming the productive structures in our countries. At current times when production of food, energy, are discussed everywhere in all our debates, we are addressing these problems, these topics of conversation. Well, how is accessibility being solved? The increase in the price of energy, the increase in the price of food, and how does this impact on the social mood of our countries? Those countries that don't have the fiscal capacity to put up with price volatility. Why? Because we come from indebtedness processes and processes that have not been sovereign enough, that have not advocated for the strategic resources of the peoples. Therefore, we must think of a collective way of getting out, because none of our countries have the possibility of getting or moving forward on our own. In Latin America and the Caribbean, we are brought together too by the need of a continent that wishes to develop, but it must do so as a whole. I would only like to now add that Latin America and the Caribbean is an area of peace. There's a world that's discussing changes in paradigms for production, for relations, for culture, in political terms too. Anti-democratic processes with anti-democratic proposals that are implemented. However, we cannot not pay attention to all this. We must have specific or take specific decisions in this, actions in this regard. Hatred too is part of a debate within our society of what kind of society we want to build, because all of those attending this meeting, we have endorsed the UN Charter that holds the basic principles of our institutional structure in each of our countries. However, we seek that these principles or rights not be implemented according to each one's convenience. These must be principles followed by all of us. They must be guiding principles for our actions. Therefore, I believe it's necessary when we talk about building societies to bear in mind that these principles are guiding principles for democratic societies, for those that advocate for human rights, and particularly of societies that intend to develop their peoples in a harmonic way. During these days of work, well, the war happening in Europe, the war of Russia and Ukraine is a topic of conversation, although it's geographically far away, the impact and consequences knock on our doors every day. So of course it is part of our debate and it is part of our conversations. These days of work and joint reflection provided us with the possibility not only of ratifying that we have common denominators as to our needs and common denominators as to projects and the desire for development of our peoples. I'd like to say that our work doesn't end here today. We have 2 years ahead of us to work together with ECLAC. 2 years ahead of us to work together with all of you. All voices are important and all opinions are important. We implement solidarity-based multilateralism, and this can be done with everyone sitting at the table without any exclusions. I'm convinced that this is a way to reinforce integration mechanisms. That's why I'm very thankful for all of you to be participating and that we will meet again this afternoon and tomorrow. We have a lot to do. Thank you very much and welcome all of you.
Ahora sí, seguimos. Le tocaba a la Argentina.
So it was Argentina's turn. That's why on the list it was Argentina's turn. That's why I took the floor. And now we would like Mr. Joseph Borrell, High Representative for Foreign Affairs and Security Policy of the European Union, to take the floor. Welcome.
Muchas gracias, ministro.
Thank you very much, Mr. Minister. It's an honor for me and such a pleasure to be able to address this honorable assembly on behalf of the European Union. Thank you so much for this opportunity, allowing me to participate in your work. Good for you, and congratulations to the new Executive Secretary of ECLAC, Mr. Manuel Salazar Chirinax, for his appointment, and kind greetings to all the honorable foreign ministers and organizers and participants. Thank you to Argentina, and thank you to Foreign Office Minister Cafiero for being such wonderful hosts. I would like to convey a message in these complicated moments, giving a worldwide geopolitics that have been altered by the war of Russia against Ukraine. And I'd like to tell you that this is the right time to relaunch more than ever the relationship between Latin America and the Caribbean and the European Union. My presence here, its purpose is precisely to ensure and guarantee that for the European Union to relaunch and renew this relationship is much more than a budgetary issue. It is a priority, and that is why this ECLAC meeting, hand in hand with Argentina, with the first ministerial meeting between ECLAC and the European Union since 2018, in 5 years' time, too long, must be the right time for this new stage. As the minister has said, Russia's aggression against Ukraine has brought on crisis and practical consequences that we all have to endure. In the first place, having the poor Ukrainians, our neighbors, but everybody has to put up with the consequences of the increase in the price of eatables, of food, of energy, which is causing a new inflationary drive, and in the same term, the response of the central banks with an increase of the interest rates, which will bring on new debt crisis. And all this, plus the issues that we had to put up with before, in particular, the growing inequality due to the effects of the climate change. The minister has already said and talked about the war in Ukraine. He said everything that I could tell you. It's inevitable as something to bring up when we get together and talk. But at the same time, we have to hold positions, as Latin America has done majoritarily in the international fora, and in particular in the UN, condemning the aggression. But now it's time to talk about a way of working together to face and cope with this new situation. How can we react vis-a-vis this shock, knowing that it's not just a transition, an interim shock, but that this will change so many things in the world during a long period of time? How can we adapt to a new geopolitical scenario as well as a new economic scenario? How can we increase the capacity of our economies and societies, their resilience, by getting out of captive markets, seeking reliable partners to be able to diversify our efforts? How to make our global value chains stronger? They were too long. How can we commit more to social standards and environmental standards in a more progressive way? How can we create trust? Because without trust, there are no investments. Productive capital flees from uncertainty, and the financial capital even more. That's why That's why we realize now that globalization had created excessive dependence, and that this dependence had become and turned into weapons. And that's why today we want greater autonomy. Europeans are considering how to be more autonomous in respect of some of our critical dependencies, in particular the energy one. But autonomy doesn't mean isolation, by no means. It doesn't mean to go back to autarkic tensions, making international trade more difficulty. No, it's just a way of finding a more intelligent cooperation. And tomorrow at the ECLAC meeting, we will tackle the future of our regional association. And now I would like to focus on just two examples of how to be able to put in practice this cooperation in a more intelligent way. First, the ecological and energy transition, and in the second place, the digital transition. I say energy and ecology because ecology is more and more dependent on energy. And that energetic model, that energy model, demands undoubtedly greater cooperation, not just for trade and supplies, but also as to investment, technology, regulation, and standards. In Europe, as I've said, Russia is authorizing, is blackmailing us with the energy, feeding our houses and our industry. It's their weapon, and we're to blame after all, because we became excessively dependent on them. And now we're trying to reduce that. Prior to the war, Europe imported 40% of its gas from just one provider, Russia. It was closer, it was cheaper, apparently. We've managed to decrease that dependency from 40% to 7%. But that forces us to find other vendors. We need to reinforce our desire for a decarbonated or decarbonized energy. And that's what we expect from Latin America. An example to follow, because you people in 2020 had almost a fourth of your consumption of your end gross consumption of energy provided from renewable sources, more than ours. That is only a little bit over 20%. And several countries of the region have already energy matrices which are majority or totally renewable. Latin America is a worldwide power when you look at biodiversity, renewable energy, agricultural production, and strategic raw materials. And naturally, you want to add value naturally to this productive capacity. But to add value, you need technology to guarantee sustainability and to develop markets that need to be efficient for exports. And I believe these circumstances give Latin America and the Caribbean a new opportunity to consolidate the achievements and find a new place in the international trade. A leader in renewable energy means great potential for the production of green hydrogen, which is something that everybody talks about now. I know there are over more than 25 projects, some are macro projects that are ongoing in the region. And I can assure that we will be a wonderful, a huge potential market for your production, because green hydrogen is going to play a central role in our environmental transition, and the European Commission will support it massively. Besides, you have huge copper, iron reserves, critical materials such as cobalt, niobium, and lithium. In Brussels, everybody talks about how much lithium there is in China and Afghanistan. Remember that 60% of the worldwide reserves of the strategic material are in the lithium triangle formed by Bolivia, Argentina, and Chile. We don't need to go and find it in China. It's here. A recent economic study of Latin America and the Caribbean in 2022 highlights the importance of cooperation for the production of these strategic materials and insists on the need of attracting investments to guarantee a sustained production. We already have partnerships in this area with 7 countries in the region, and to increase the cooperation and in value chains with new business models and keep high environmental and social standards. We are developing the digital transformation and development network with more than 1,000 entrepreneurs as members, and we will be celebrating now soon a convention between Europe and Latin America about strategic raw materials, mineral materials for a clean energy transition, and this will be held in Santiago de Chile in the next days. We are heading towards the COP27, and here we would need to stand with a common position, because it's you people, the greatest biodiverse region worldwide, 60% of the Earth's species, with an Amazons that has more than the wetlands and wet forests of the world. But besides, you're one of the regions more vulnerable to climate change, and thus developing renewable energies is fundamental for your future, for our future, for the future of all of us. Let's make the most of this opportunity that history is giving us. Sometimes, as the minister has said, because of things that we've never decided and are not responsible, but they bring on consequences that affect us, and we need to grab them to bounce the ball in this competition, international competition that is being fought and on which the future of humanity depends. The second example, and I'll try to be very specific, is the digital partnership. Undoubtedly, and I'm not going to say it as rhetoric, we are on the brim of a new era. We have started shyly certain bilateral initiatives with several countries in the region. And we know digitalization is cross-cutting, and that this would be the first digital bi-regional partnership that the European Union would have worldwide, this with Latin America, to cooperate and construct connectivity, a safer connectivity based on specific projects. We've already identified 4 pillars to build upon this partnership. The first one, foremost, is cooperation and political dialogue on the standards and regulatory frameworks. Europe is a regulatory power. Everybody admits this. We've been able to set standards because we've been on the tip of technological development. In the second place, structural connectivity. Thirdly, the cooperation with the private sector. And fourthly, the electronic services and products allowing for terrestrial observation. An example is the successful submaritime cable of the Vela project, a highway of data for connectivity, science, and research. The 2 Copernicus centers for Earth observation, which have really been created in the region, or the Cyber Competition Center we've set up last year in the Dominican Republic to increase cybersecurity, because cybersecurity affects us, because we will have to defend digital sovereignty from each and every one of us, because these technologies, these digital technologies, are the cornerstone of geopolitics, and they're key instruments to fight for our ideas worldwide. We need to avoid digital technologies to be used what Orwell told us about in his novels. That is not a novel, let me tell you. This is something we're seeing happening in some countries of the world. It is not only fiction. So we need to stand for an open, free, interoperable, and safe internet. And a way and a symbol of this commitment is the Declaration for the Future of the Internet, subscribed by all European Union member states and 7 states from Latin America and the Caribbean. And we do look forward to having many more. In conclusion, I don't want to conclude without remembering the importance of our joint work when it comes to social cohesion. Green, digital, yes, but also socially cohesive. We're talking about digital transitions, about economic, environmental transitions, but let's remember that without social cohesion, citizens will turn their backs to these changes and will make them impossible. Transitions need to be fair or they won't be anything at all. Inequalities, we see them growing in Europe and also in Latin America. Before the pandemic, ECLAC pointed out in its reports that Latin America and the Caribbean had underestimated significantly the negative impact of inequality. And that report, those reports, renowned and recognized worldwide because of their added value, explain the need for social inclusion policies and labor inclusion policies even more necessary after the pandemic. It's not enough to grow. We have to grow. Undoubtedly, we need to grow because you can only distribute what you produce, right? And in this decade, Latin America has lost more production than what it lost during the decade so called historically as the lost decade. In this, you've even lost more than that. And we need, and you need, besides growing, to do something that the market doesn't know how to do. The market produces goods, but the market doesn't guarantee rights. The market satisfies demands which are robust demands, but not always does it guarantee the indispensable needs that are not underpinned by monetary demand. Rights can only be secured by public action. And public action has two instruments. The first one, taxes. The second one, regulation. No doubt, we might find a better way of putting it than saying fiscal pressure. It's horrible, pressure, horrible. But without fiscal pressure, which actually meets the resources that the community and the society makes common, without the adequate fiscal or tax pressure, we cannot create public services allowing for social cohesive. And allow me to say so, it's too low, your social pressure, to cope with the needs of society. Public service, education is fundamental, and then comes health. But why not today? The access to internet can't be considered as a fundamental service because those that won't have it will be marginal. But let's construct a social contract that will work. Because as a colleague of yours remembered recently, a Latin American minister visiting me in Brussels, Salus Populi Suprema Lex. That's what he said. Only the health and welfare of the people guarantee government's legitimacy, because the health of the people, the well-being of the people is supreme. Let's build it together, because it's so much that unites us, that joins us, that we can't do it separately, alone. We've constructed that we share in the past, and now we have to project it towards the future. So, my dear ministers, Foreign Office ministers, Executive Secretary, thank you for your invitation. I hope we can keep on building together. I'm here bringing the commitment of the European Union to share it with you people and increase the potential of our future together. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Now we recognize Spain. Ministers of Foreign Affairs, dear colleagues, dear Minister of Foreign Affairs Santiago Cafiero, thank you for your welcome and for organizing this meeting. Dear representatives, Executive Secretary Jose Manuel Salazar Sirinax, first of all, I wish to congratulate you on your appointment and reiterate Spain's firm commitment towards this Economic Commission for Latin America and the Caribbean. No doubt we are facing decisive times in the world context, and ECLAC is an essential partner at the time of addressing the region's challenges. That's why the Spanish cooperation through the Spanish Agency for International Cooperation for Development and the Framework Agreement for Technical Cooperation promotes a transformation of the development models and likewise promotes a new social contract adapted to this world context. This is strategic cooperation that in the last 5 years has presumed more than 3 million euros in contributions for 3 main areas. Firstly, to strengthen a fiscal policy supporting the Ibero-American network of those responsible for tax policies. Secondly, strengthening public planning and management for implementing the 2030 Agenda and the Latin American and Caribbean Forum for Sustainable Development to finally bring about the transformation that we need. And thirdly, promoting gender equality and very especially regional conferences on women. We need women in decision-making positions because of the change in development and to really bring about their inclusion, far from allowing pessimism to take over at times of such unrest after the impact of the pandemic and of the illegal and unjustified invasion of Russia to Ukraine that has had an impact on so many spheres of the world economy and in each of our domestic economies. Spain's response is clear. We will continue working in this region for sustainable development based on the community of values that brings us together. After the outbreak of the pandemic, Spain donated 22 million vaccines. And in the current international context, we will continue working to ensure access of LAC states to international financing mechanisms, whether this be within the EU or through financial institutions. We will promote trade and investment between regions, supporting partnership agreements and modernization agreements of the EU with the countries in the region. With the next Spanish presidency of the European Union, as from the 1st of July 2023, we will be determined to bet on political dialogue between the European Union and the community of Latin American and Caribbean states at the highest level, at the level of heads of state and government. It is our commitment, convinced that Latin America and the Caribbean is by far the most compatible region with Europe. At this meeting of the Economic Commission and those we will hold today and tomorrow within the framework of ECLAC, we will undertake a fruitful path forward to further deepen our bonds, to renew a social contract in which there's a lot at stake, the well-being and future of our citizens within this new and volatile and complex international scenario, and at this critical time that will show us the way forward and that of the future generations. I can ensure you that you can count on Spain's support at all times. Thank you very much. We thank the Minister of Spain. Colombia is recognized. Thank you very much, Minister. Your Excellency Santiago Cafiero, Minister of Foreign Affairs, International Trade and Worship of Argentina, Your Excellency Jose Manuel Salazar, Executive Secretary of ECLAC, Your Excellency Joseph Borrell, High Representative for Foreign Affairs and Security Policy of the European Union, Your Excellencies, ministers and high officials. Firstly, I would like to express on behalf of the government of Colombia our sincere congratulations to Jose Manuel Salazar for his appointment as Executive Secretary of ECLAC. Count on us to continue working on sustainable development, peace, the fight against climate change, and to overcome poverty. I come from Colombia with a few messages, few but clear messages. The first is as follows. Our government aims at reinsertion at political and socioeconomic level in the region. Our vision as to society is one of full peace, but full peace cannot be achieved without sustainable development. That's why Mahatma Gandhi said that the worst form of violence is poverty. Therefore, we welcome the fact that in Costa Rica, the 2030 agenda has focused on people. We in Colombia's government have decided to adopt a feminist foreign policy, and we've done so consistent with the inclusion that is a part of this session, transformation of the development model in Latin America and the Caribbean, production, inclusion, and sustainability. We want to guarantee the role of women in production and of all women in all their diversity, and we are working on that. In Colombia, we cannot remain silent as to the need for ECLAC to help us maintain the biodiversity in our countries. We must all promote the necessary actions to reinforce energy transition and green growth. Our foreign policy is the foreign policy of life, focused on harmony between humankind and nature. And to conclude, I would like to add a comment. This is a government that favors rights, and with that approach, we will be addressing migration flows that are happening on a large scale. For us, migration is a development challenge, and not only of humanitarian assistance. We ask ECLAC to help us to think about it as such. We wish to particularly call the attention of development banks so that they consider these massive migration flows as a development challenge. The situation of migrants calls for a regional solution. Soon, Colombia will be convening a regional conference on migration. Thank you very much. We thank the Vice Minister, and we now recognize the Dominican Republic. They're not here, so I apologize. Japan is recognized.
Let me speak in Japanese. Thank you, Honorable Cafiero, Honorable Ministers, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, and colleagues. My name is Shunsuke Takei, State Minister for Foreign Affairs of Japan. At the outset, I would like to express my congratulations to Mr. Salazar Shirinax on your appointment to the Executive Secretary of ECLAC this October. I would also like to convey my sincere gratitude to the government of Argentina and the ECLAC Secretariat for their efforts for hosting this 39th session of ECLAC. I came all the way from Japan to Argentina taking 27 hours to reiterate Japan's determination to work together and discuss the way forward with Latin America and the Caribbean countries as a partner to drive the sustainable growth in the LAC region. Currently, the world is facing major economic and political challenges. Global inflation, unstable energy supplies, and increasingly severe global security, including Russia's aggression against Ukraine and the deepening climate crisis. These issues hinder us from sustainable economic growth, but foster economic inequality. LAC is no exception to these challenges. Yet, especially now that we recognize the importance of a resilient and reliable supply chain more than ever, LAC is increasingly drawing attention as a stable region with shared values and rich potential. To promote inclusive and sustainable development and realize better recovery together with LAC countries, Japan's focused on the following three key aspects. First, cooperation to reinforce social resilience. It is critical to strengthen response capacity to infectious diseases and natural disaster, as well as social infrastructure. Japan has been contributing to the region through various sectors, including infectious disease control and capacity building for disaster risk reduction, and will continue cooperating in these risk areas. Also, the COVID-19 pandemic hit LAC particularly hard. From the early stage of the outbreak to this day, Japan has provided medical equipment and assistance to establish vaccination systems, as well as highly concessional loans and cooperation through the Pan American Health Organization, providing support in accordance with the needs of each country and going beyond the usual response in light of income levels. Japan will continue to cooperate in strengthening health system in the region. The gravity of challenges each country faces should not be defined solely by GDP per capita. In light of the vulnerabilities, particular to small island states such as CARICOM countries and the economic and social situations of LAC countries, Japan will continue its support based on individual needs, not merely on GDP per capita, including those graduated from the OECD DAC's list. The second pillar is the cooperation for growth. Our Prime Minister Kishida advocates new form of capitalism as an initiative to achieve both economic growth and sustainable development, and emphasizes digital transformation and green transformation as concrete means to achieve this goal. Digitalization is a pivotal key for inclusive growth in addressing educational and medical inequalities and increasing productivity efficiency. In Latin America, a region with a high level of digital maturity, Japan has been already cooperating to conduct pilot projects for disaster risk reduction, such as tsunami forecast, as well as smart medicine and smart agriculture with the participation of Japanese companies. While digitalization brings many opportunities, we must pay much attention to the protection of privacy and trade secrets, and to build reliable and safe system. To this end, we will advance concrete cooperation with the LAC countries. Furthermore, green transformation, a measure to combat climate change which fosters inequality, is critical for building resilient society, as mentioned earlier, and the sustainable future of the planet. To accelerate decarbonization, LAC is an important region as many countries have the necessary resource indispensable for the electrification, abundant renewable energy for a hydrogen society. At the same time, Japan has been cooperating for those in need in power generation projects, utilizing geothermal, solar, and hydraulic power to bolster stable energy supply and to promote use of renewable energy. Japan places climate change at the forefront of the biggest issue to be overcome through a new form of capitalism, and will speed up its efforts to reach the greenhouse gas emissions reduction target for 2030, which aligns with carbon neutrality by 2050, and will lead the global decarbonization. To that end, Japan will steadily implement the financial commitment of up to $70 billion from both the public and private sectors for a 5-year period from 2020 announced last year. Also, to conserve the Amazon rainforest, the lungs of the planet, Japan is committed to fight forest fires and monitor illegal logging with the Japan Aerospace Exploration Agency using cutting-edge technology, including satellites and AI, in collaboration with the International Tropical Timber Organization. The Japanese government will also encourage Japanese companies to invest in the region as a partner for growth with Latin America. To increase productivity, Japan will continue support in industrial policy making, strengthening competitive of small, medium-sized enterprises and women's entrepreneurship. The pivotal basis in addressing all these issues is solid research and analysis of situations based on regional statistics. In this regard, ECLAC plays an important role in policymaking and international cooperation for the development of the LAC region. Japan has cooperated through research activities and sending experts and will seek further collaboration with ECLAC. Third, there are no sustainable and inclusive growth and prosperity without international peace and order. The international community must unite in response to the violations of sovereignties and territorial integrity, as well as unilateral changes to the status quo by force and economic coercion. LAC is our partner who has a history of winning freedom and democracy and acknowledges the value of the United Nations Charter. LAC countries have increased trade and investment with countries bordering the Indo-Pacific Ocean and with Japan, sharing the fundamental value of free and open international order based on the rule of law, and are our important partner in realizing the free and open Indo-Pacific. Japan and LAC countries have maintained long-standing friendships. We will never forget, for instance, the support by LAC countries in joining the United Nations in 1956. Japan has been cooperating in various fields with this region. However, in addition to the traditional cooperation, Japan would like to confront together with LAC the challenges we face by promoting new cooperation, including those innovative areas which have been mentioned today. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Now we recognize Panama. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Very briefly, we bring our greetings from President Laurentino Cortijo, and we congratulate for your work. We bring his greetings and congratulate you for your work. I'd like to refer to three simple specific topics on how our country is carrying out this struggle against inequality. Over 770,000 Panamanians trapped in poverty lag behind. Outside social inclusion and the sustainable and human development of Panama, our nation, our home, is going in the following direction. At some time, we had to conquer the fifth frontier. Now we're going for the sixth. The president, understanding the need to counteract poverty and inequality, decided to go beyond this. This is a great challenge for Panamanians. And vis-a-vis this reality, we set up the Colmena plan. Panama, free from inequality and poverty, is fighting against that sixth frontier to organize at the territorial level the comprehensive implementation of public policies through multi-sectoral coordinated offer, ensuring to the population development at the territorial level, strengthening local authorities, working hand in hand with local governments that know what the daily needs of our peoples are. Recovering and reinforcing the action of those governments that interact on a daily basis with the needs of our population, but also most recently and within the framework of our 200 years of independence, Panama made a great effort called the Bicentennial Compact during the pandemic. The Bicentennial Compact, narrowing gaps, which was outlined as the meeting point for all strata in Panamanian society to outline the country into the future, a country with common well-being, prosperous, in peace. How did this process work? It was very nice indeed. Through a platform to which all in the country had access to, each of the inhabitants, each of our citizens had the possibility of proposing to the government and Panamanian state how they would like their country to be. A comprehensive analysis of a group of experts was then carried out, and then the government decided to implement a series of commitments that would then be passed on to future governments. And finally, referring to respect for human rights and the humanitarian treatment of the government of Panama, we would like to refer to migration. So far, almost 203,000 migrants have crossed our Darien hostile jungle, and Panama has played a humanitarian and solidarity-based role, providing food, but also shelter and health services to those migrants that we welcome in our country, many times using resources that otherwise would have been used for the development of our own population. But aware of our commitment and understanding what our humanitarian role is all about in these times of crisis, we believe that our country has been called upon to respect these migrants that leave their homeland for a future that they deem will be more prosperous. That is how our country, hand in hand with the guidelines we have, continues to include all, leaving no one behind. Thank you very much.
Thank you and welcome, Mrs. Minister. And now Mexico. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Santiago Cafiero, Foreign Minister, Mr. Jose Manuel Salazar, Executive Secretary of ECLAC, ladies and gentlemen, ministers, deputy ministers, and high authorities of Latin America and the Caribbean. On behalf of Marcelo Barta-Salmon, the Foreign Office Minister of Mexico, I want to congratulate Mr. Manuel Salazar because of his designation as Executive Secretary of CEPAL. I'm pretty sure he will do a good job in this agency. Mexico recognizes that sponsoring bilateral dialogue in behalf of equitable development is more necessary than ever, given the economic scenario worldwide. The world is in a special situation, which is very complex. We have focused on finding post-COVID economic recovery, which has shown the need to face certain issues in a collective way by means of multilateral cooperation. The worst impact from COVID-19 on the economies were the containment measures implemented by the governments. The aloofness and closing of business, which were not essential, had as a consequence an economic cost which was significant. Together with this, the invasion of Russia into Ukraine, besides growing geopolitical tensions resulting from this, have caused a lower economic growth, shortage of food, and the increase of energy prices. On the other hand, the average inflation has got to historical levels which were unheard of since 2018, in the midst of an economic and financial crisis worldwide. These inflationary pressures has caused planet stimuli and the increase of interest rates by the banks. Inflation, shortage of food, and the increase of energy prices caused by the war are hitting millions and millions of people in Latin America and the Caribbean, as well as elsewhere in the world. And thus we need to take action jointly in the pursuit of solutions which will help us overcome these conditions. We have big challenges ahead of us for the macroeconomic policy in the region. We have to find a way to reconcile public policies, fostering economic growth, containing inflation, and giving sustainability to our economies. We thank the valuable effort that ECLAC has made to put together the impact from the pandemic through sustainable recovery, a green, fair, and inclusive recovery. The multiple reports, which are a fundamental tool for the elaboration and making of public policies, are fundamental. Ever since they were negotiated, the 2030 Agenda was conceived as a guide that had to adapt to the needs and particular challenges of each territory. In spite of the difficulties posed by these circumstances, there is a clear will in our region to keep on addressing the different challenges ahead of us to carry out a good job for a sustainable development. The multilateralism prevails in times that is needed, and sustainable development is inspiring for us to reconstruct and move on towards the full implementation of the 2030 Agenda. I would like to share with you some outcomes of the pro tempore chair of Mexico in the ECLAC that concluded on January 7th this year. In the first place, we formed a strategic partnership with ECLAC to develop our regional strategy vis-a-vis the socioeconomic crisis resulting from the pandemic. These partnerships have generated technical reports with recommendations that have a high impact established for a common front against the pandemic, fostering the economic recovery of the region. Likewise, we adopted the implementation of the self-sufficiency plan in health matters put together by ECLAC, which will allow us to strengthen productive capabilities and the distribution of vaccines and medication in our countries, as well as to be ready to face future pandemics. This self-sufficiency plan was unanimously adopted in the sixth Summit of Heads of Government in ECLAC, which took place September 17th last year. The ECLAC declaration in respect of the future generations, the fight against climate change and sustainable development, we recognize that the scientific data of this analysis needed redoubling efforts to meet SDGs and the SDGs provided for in the Climate Change Framework Agreement and the Paris Convention, restricting 1.5 degrees the world temperature to reduce the adverse effects of climate change and strengthen sustainable development. At the same time, commit to the preservation and integral use of ecosystems and biodiversity, fighting against climate change, manages a sustainable ways forestry, and giving momentum to the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development to guarantee the well-being of future and present generations. We are now halfway through to meet the 2030 Agenda. This is the time to take action, considering the deep socioeconomic impacts caused by the pandemic, to generate concrete action in favor of recovery and sustained development. Today, more than ever, we need to share the different ways we face the consequences of the pandemic, where international resources are more scarce and more focused, and thus the integration processes are a way to create resilience and solidarity that all countries need to share. Given a scenario such as this, we have the need to close up in our brotherly bonds between the countries in the region. Historically speaking, South-South and triangular cooperation have been one of the main instruments for us to supplement efforts in favor and benefit of our people. However, in a crisis context as we're living through right now, we are forced to go into our cooperation and action programs to adapt and for them to be useful to the different communities where they prevail. Having said this, regional cooperation is an extremely important tool that allows us to address jointly and creatively the different issues which do not respect borders and which allow us to face with solidarity our challenges as a region. International cooperation allows us to address challenges, seek opportunities, exchange experiences and best practices in order to strengthen the capacities that will help us to be more in a connected, productive, and hopeful and solidary world. The present circumstances have forecasted the need to make better use of the new technologies to manage and administer information. It is necessary to generate platforms and regional mechanisms to share information as to the actions that are being fostered by the different programs and cooperation projects. Like this, we will avoid duplicating efforts in countries, and we will be more efficient at implementing the resources used for cooperation. Integration spaces and regional development are our main tool to set up a dialogue on respect of issues that affect us and to work in a coordinated and joint manner to cope with them with responsibility, intergenerational responsibility, social equity, and sustainability, and three elements that need to be present in the regional agenda from now on. Thus, the Mexican government is convinced that we need to foster and give momentum to a joint work, greater regionalism and dynamism in the framework of fora and agencies in our hemisphere. May I highlight that for the foreign policy of President López Obrador, it is a priority, the international cooperation principle for development worldwide in all countries, basically for our brotherly nations in Latin America and the Caribbean. That's why we reaffirm our commitment to the region, to a united reason. Mexico calls upon you to renew our commitment, exactly the same as gender equality, with economic, social autonomy of women in all their diversity. We need to regulate our efforts vis-a-vis different circumstances that are very complicated to reach substantial equality between men and women. As ECLAC has said in different fora, in particular through the Conference of Women, the Women Conference, the structural means of gender inequality are still present, and we show them in the unequal distribution of power, wealth, richness, work, and time between men and women, as well as the persistence of patriarchy and the culture of privilege. Now, more than ever, we must reiterate our commitment to gender equality as something fundamental in human rights and an indispensable condition to achieve equitable, prosperous, peaceful, and sustainable societies. A few days from the 15th Regional Conference on Women in Latin America and the Caribbean that will be held here in Buenos Aires from 7 to 11 November 2022. Whose motto is the Society of Care, a horizon for sustainable recovery with gender inclusion. Mexico recognizes the role of ECLAC, in particular through their gender division in the cross-cutting importance of gender issues in the perspective of social and sustainable development, their goals, indicators, and application mechanisms to achieve sustainable and robust development. Ladies and gentlemen, the central pillar of this administration is the reduction of poverty and the generation of greater well-being between the people. We are fostering a viable economic model with sustained growth, seeking to strengthen not just the situation of the families in Mexico that are really needing it, but also the domestic market in general. To face the complex economic scenario that we are living through, President López Obrador has taken a whole lot of actions which have been significant to support the population. At the beginning of October last year, together with entrepreneurs, we entered into an agreement against inflation and an expense cost of life, reducing 8% the price of 24 products of the basic basket of foods, and from setting 39 pesos as the standard until January 2023. This agreement provides for licenses to export food or inputs to simplify formalities, foster free trade and competition, which will result in better prices for the people. In order to maintain this momentum for the base production of basic foods, to diversify offers, supplies, and reduce the situation, we also launched support measures for rural producers to encourage the production of cereal and also wheat and rice. We have stopped inflation by means of subsidies to petrol companies, benefiting those that have lower income. And we are always available to keep on learning and exchanging experiences and best practices to overcome the adverse effects of the worldwide economy. We hope to keep on working with our friends in the region to achieve a sustainable and inclusive recovery, including all the sectors of our society. Thank you very much.
We thank the director and now recognize Brazil. I'd like to thank Argentina and Minister of Affairs Cafiero for bringing us together here today to discuss the priorities of our region. I harness this opportunity to congratulate Jose Manuel Salazar Sirinax for his appointment. Count on Brazil. Brazil is clear about the importance of strengthening multilateralism. We must promote international cooperation for sustainable development according to our domestic development policies. Instead of refounding international cooperation, we now need more and better cooperation, effective one. We have two multilateral frameworks that are essential. On the one hand, the SDGs, and on the other hand, the Buenos Aires Action Plan, BAPA 2019, and South-South cooperation. At the same time, it's crucial for developed countries to meet their obligations and contribute with the means of implementation that developing countries need to achieve sustainable development goals. South-South cooperation, well, there our countries can cooperate for developing supplementary policies to promote growth and employment. When we talk about creation of jobs, sector-based investment, and a regional strategy vis-a-vis a new globalization geopolitics, you cannot ignore infrastructure. Supplying infrastructure is essential for the development of regional integration, oceanic corridors, roads, and railways connecting the Atlantic and Pacific Oceans. Vis-a-vis the rupture of global value chains, we must strengthen regionalism. One of the best ways of facing this complex global situation is to increase intra-zone trade and to promote investments, bringing together our production systems through modern logistics. We also believe it's very important for ECLAC's actions to be targeted to solving key matters for developing infrastructure in the region, such as the financing of projects. On two of the main economic matters in current times, the energy and food crisis, Brazil is working on increasing its own resilience and that of the global systems, always in line with the purpose of strengthening international trade and multilateralism. We have expanded oil and natural gas production, and we will continue increasing energy supply in a sustainable manner by having a great incidence of renewable energies, that is to say between 45 and 50% of our total energy matrix and between 80 and 85% of the electricity matrix. As to food and fertilizers, we work actively with our trade partners and in multilateral fora such as FAO, OAS, UN, WTO to maintain the flow of agricultural inputs, including fertilizers. Normalization of food production is not only a matter of trade, but also a humanitarian one. Finally, I must mention Mercosur, that celebrated its 30th anniversary last year. No doubt Mercosur has strongly promoted consolidation of democracies in our region and has allowed a strong growth of trade between partners. Brazil is still committed to Mercosur and more broadly to Latin America and the Caribbean. We also believe that in the current scenario, ECLAC will strengthen its relevance to promote economic and social development in our region. Our region must work to strengthen its credentials as an area of peace and stability, which is practically an exception in the global scenario. We are sure that in these times of multiple crises, ECLAC will continue playing an active role in supporting multilateralism, bringing the perspective of Latin American and Caribbean developing countries to the world. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And now Uruguay. Mr. Foreign Office Minister, greetings from our government, as well as the Executive Secretary of ECLAC, Mr. Jose Manuel Salazar. All sorts of success we wish you in this new stage. Greetings to the different foreign ministers and high authorities of Latin America and the Caribbean. Thanking, obviously, ECLAC and the government of the Argentine Republic for the organization of the 39th session of the Economic Commission for Latin America and the Caribbean and the invitation to this dialogue. During these sessions, we've reflected on the challenges that the region faces in an international scenario which is complex, with growing geopolitical tensions and as a consequence of the invasion of Ukraine by Russia, which even worsened the effects that we're still undergoing after the COVID-19 pandemic, making it more difficult for us to recover economically and to face social costs that the pandemic caused. This, together with a context which was already difficult with a low degree of investment and production in the region, creating effects such as a lower availability of food, together with the increase of energy costs and transport costs, and the problems in supply chains, filling it all with inflation. These crises generate a more complex context, and thus to reflect on these issues seems absolutely timely, since in Uruguay, we're absolutely sure of the key role that the region plays, given the challenges ahead of us regarding food insecurity, public health, and climate change. To achieve recovery, we need to reaffirm the importance of international cooperation and multilateralism. It is necessary to converge towards an international cooperation system that needs to be integral with no exclusions, so that mid-income or high-income countries such as Uruguay are not affected by an old line of thought of development based on the per capita income, which results in a graduation exercise, which in practice is a punishment for countries that are on the way of development and that have achieved a better redistribution of income. Besides, today in the morning, some countries have pointed this out. The pandemic and the current situation of affairs have made visible the fragility of the development processes and the persistence of inequalities and structural gaps in our societies. In this framework, Uruguay, with other countries, has fostered the concept of development in transition and the need to adopt multidimensional criteria to define the degrees of development and the need for international support in each country based on their realities, considering their challenges and vulnerabilities. ECLAC has stood hand in hand by this process and is a fundamental partner, making sure that the concept is duly considered in multilateral environments. The context is not good, but 2022 needs to be a positive year for the 2030 agenda and the materialization of the Sustainable Development Goals. It's indispensable to move from rhetorics to materializing goals. And in this sense, Uruguay is carrying out active public policy. When it comes to security and safety, we need to address it from a multidimensional situation considering international trade. And thus, a trade system open, transparent, predictable, based on rules to decrease barriers, as well as all sorts of protectionism, is very important to provide a framework for the commercial exchanges and thus contribute to the objective of finding greater development and achieving a reduction of inequality gaps. I wonder, this is very important. Indeed, it is. The High Commissioner and Vice VP of the European Commission are here too, and it's very important for them to include them in their agenda too. Evidently, our country supports an innovative mechanism when it comes to funding, a mechanism which in one way or the other may generate progress considering the regional and worldwide financial system. And that's why not long ago we issued a sovereign bond related to environmental indicators and climate aspects based on the commitments agreed on in the Paris Convention. And this was for over $1 billion and was quickly taken up by the market. In that sense, Uruguay wants to become aligned in respect of its financial strategy and indebtedness cost with sustainability. Obviously, the benchmark for potential issuers of these bonds is a part of this. As to climate change, as producer and exporter and an efficient one of agricultural products, our country contributes to the worldwide food security, moving on in green strategies as a way to moving on towards a model of sustainable development. Today, renewable energies that have comprehensive matrix when it comes to energy production domestically reached the end of the first stage for energy transformation with the reference to the electric energy. Today, 97% of the generation of electric energy is placed in that an alternative matrix. Obviously, the regional strategy to boost and materialize these achievements needs to be solidly grounded and achieve great consensus. Regarding the production of food, best practices, the use of soil, innovation instruments for research, has all intensified the production, diminishing environmental impact that this kind of production historically has. And this is why the use of plastics, waste management, water management, hydric resources in different projects that are also launched with the UN are sustainable practices in different sectors considering our agricultural production. These strategies are very important also in an inclusion, a social inclusion concept in an economy which obviously, as all the economies, has suffered. Digital strategies is also a part of it, and in line with this, we have had in the 2022 report, when you look at digital government and the index published by the UN, contributing to a general concept in this respect. Today, we see an 8th running year as leaders of the group of countries with great digital development in Latin America and the Caribbean. In that line, now soon, at the beginning of November, in our country, in Uruguay, we will host the 8th Ministerial Conference on the Information Society of Latin America and the Caribbean, together with the government of Uruguay. This conference, its purpose is to define priorities regionally. And when we look at the impulse of digital transformation with a vision which really refers much more complicated in time with this digital agenda for Latin America and the Caribbean, we believe it's an excellent opportunity to govern regionally and to address these challenges, the mobile structure, the 5G dissemination, disruptive issues, artificial intelligence, the Internet of the Things, 4.0 production, all of it in a framework of opportunities and possibilities for Latin America and the Caribbean to foster production, define productive development as a clear way in some aspect to be able to see the advantages, something that naturally happens, or something that's a public good in our culture, in our language, and in the paths walked for integration, which ECLAC has seen ever since 1948 as the oldest instrument. It avails itself and makes possible for Latin America and the Caribbean. There's been lots of instruments, lots of integration processes, but here we have in full swing. ECLAC is present, of course, updating, becoming updated with plurality. But for us, it's important to reaffirm the sense and the effectiveness of development and Latin American integration, and the Caribbean also is integrated. Thank you very much.
We thank the ambassador. It's 1 p.m. We have 4 more countries taking the floor: Canada, Turkey, United States, and Nicaragua. And I would appreciate your being brief because we have ECLAC immediately afterwards, Canada. Excellencies, distinguished colleagues, friends, it's a pleasure to be here with you today. I would like to thank the Argentine government for welcoming us here today, and the Costa Rican job done at ECLAC. It's a pleasure to participate in these discussions with you at a time of great importance for Canada, Latin America, the Caribbean, and the rest of the world. Canada recognizes the important work carried out by ECLAC year after year. The Commission is a key source of analysis and knowledge that strengthen public policies for evidence-based decision-making. It's also foster dialogue and one-on-one cooperation. The world is facing several crises: the COVID-19 pandemic, the climate crisis, the invasion of Russia to Ukraine, and the resulting food and energy crisis. Latin American and Caribbean countries have achieved important progress towards achieving sustainable development goals. However, the pandemic has increased existing challenges and threatens this progress, not only in the region, but also worldwide. COVID-19 has brought up weaknesses, structural ones for growth in the long term in the region, as well as fragilities and inequalities in accessing medical care. Collective action is key for post-pandemic recovery in the region. Canada will continue working with its partners to reinforce world health security and increase our capacity to prevent, get ready, and respond to these health crises in the future. The pandemic had also made it clear that we must join efforts to eliminate sexual and gender-based violence, gender equality, the empowerment of women and girls are present in Canada's commitment in the Americas based on our feminist policies, promoting these values through our diplomatic, trade, and international assistance initiatives. Although the world is focusing on the Russian invasion of Ukraine, Canada is committed to working with its hemispheric partners on priorities of mutual interest, including gender equality and addressing the main causes of migration, and also mitigation and adaptation to climate change and biodiversity. that we will address at Sharm el-Sheikh and Montreal in December. This Russian invasion of Ukraine has weakened the global food chain, and the war has brought about record increases in the price of food, fuel, and fertilizers, with significant repercussions for the region. We are convinced that we must act speedily and effectively to address immediate needs and also underlying vulnerabilities to put a brake on food insecurity in this hemisphere's countries. Vis-a-vis the crisis, Canada is promoting an climate intelligent agricultural system and nutrition-based food security systems to help the vulnerable countries and those that depend on imports. In June this year, Canada, together with another 19 countries in Latin America and the Caribbean and the US, adopted the Los Angeles Declaration on Migration and Protection with a view to promoting regional cooperation to create enabling conditions for safe, orderly, human and regular migration, and to reinforce international protection frameworks. Distinguished colleagues, the challenges we face call for transformative solutions that can only come from a change towards more innovative, inclusive, and sustainable approaches benefiting all alike. Canada will continue supporting its partners in the region, and we will work together to achieve our common objective of having a fairer and more prosperous hemisphere. We hope to continue making progress in our hemisphere and continue working with our ECLAC member states. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Ambassador. Turkey, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Esteemed foreign ministers, Mr. Executive Secretary, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the government of Turkey, I would like to start by thanking Argentina and His Excellency Minister Santiago Cafiero for hosting this important session. Also, allow me to congratulate Mr. Jose Manuel Salazar and wish him all the success as our new Executive Secretary. We have left behind 2 turbulent years under the effect of the pandemic, which added more challenges to the existing ones, shaking our economies and costing millions of lives. In the post-pandemic era, the international geopolitical system is still undergoing an unprecedented set of challenges, unleashing the necessity of multilateralism and international cooperation even more. Today, unfortunately, we face higher poverty levels, rising inflation, food and energy insecurity, refugee flows, health crisis, increased violence and wars, and extreme weather events stemming from climate change. However, there's a joint response to overcome these challenges. Unfortunately, there is not a joint response to overcome these challenges. Unfortunately, multilateralism is under serious stress, protectionism is back, respect for international law is eroding, global governance is not as effective as it should be. ECLAC constitutes a well-preserved and sustained mechanism to come up with solutions to these pressing challenges at the regional level. Yet, before we even begin to solve these problems, we need to diagnose their root causes. At the international stage, we see a recently emerged discourse that blames globalization for all these problems. It is true that globalization has taken resources from poorer states to richer states at the expense of the former. It has produced as many losers as winners. So we need to see how we can reform the remains of an outdated system benefiting a few rather than all. Our first step must be to ensure genuine international cooperation and effective multilateralism. For this, we first need to reorganize ourselves both
institutionally and intellectually. As the co-chair of Friends of Mediation Group at both the UN, OSCE, and OIC, Turkey is working hard towards this. Secondly, in this greater interdependence, maintaining free and fair international trade is key. Unilateral sanctions and protectionist tendencies are not helpful. Lastly, geography is no longer a shield. What happens in one part of the world affects everyone, everywhere. The war in Ukraine is a case in point. From Africa to Latin America, there is a growing concern about rising food prices. The Istanbul grain deal that we facilitated with the UN was a significant step towards ensuring global food security. With the signing of the agreement, there was global relief. According to the FAO, the food price index fell by 9%, its biggest decline since 2008. So far, more than 8 million tons of Ukrainian grain were exported through Turkish straits. Now, our efforts focus on extending this deal beyond its initial 3-month period. We are also working to put in place a similar plan to export Russian fertilizer, which is especially important for Latin America and the Caribbean. At the same time, we are trying to bring the parties to the negotiating table. These principles of free trade, effective multilateralism, and awareness of our interdependence define our approach to the Latin American and the Caribbean region. Turkey has developed a strategic outreach policy towards the region since the beginning of 2000s. In this context, our diplomatic network in the region has reached up to 18 missions. Such policy had a direct impact on our commercial relations as well. Through our newly announced Far Countries strategy, we will expand our exports even further. We have FTAs with Chile, Venezuela, and working on negotiations with Mexico, Peru, Ecuador, Colombia, and Mercosur. Our development agency, TICA, has undertaken more than 500 projects in Latin America and the Caribbean region in the fields of development assistance, education, health, technology, and so on. Distinguished participants, thousands of kilometers separate Turkey from the Latin America and the Caribbean region. But thanks to our deepening cooperation, we feel closer than ever to our Latin American and Caribbean partners. The current global system is far from ideal in responding to the challenges we are up against. Transforming our approach to global development and governance is no longer a choice, but a necessity. Thank you very much.
Muchísimas gracias, señor embajador. Tiene la palabra Estados Unidos, que está en modo virtual. A ver si podemos conectarnos.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak today. Let me begin by congratulating Executive Secretary Salazar for your new position. We look forward to collaborating with you in the years to come. The United States is more committed than ever to the success of the UN system, including the regional commissions, one of our preferred platforms for advancing the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. The regional commissions play a critical role in promoting development grounded in human rights and support for marginalized communities. At their heart, the Sustainable Development Goals are about expanding economic opportunity, social justice, caring for our planet, good governance, and ensuring no one is left behind. That is the core of the U.S. mission, as illustrated by President Biden's focus on equality and justice, both at home and abroad. We applaud this session's emphasis on urgent environmental challenges and the technological revolution. Both are top priorities for the United States government, and both are prominent themes in our engagement throughout the ECLAC region, including the Americas Partnership for Economic Prosperity and the first Cities Summit of the Americas that we will host in Denver, Colorado in 2023. We strongly agree with the call for collaboration throughout the Americas to tackle our shared challenges. As is often the case, vulnerable and marginalized communities are among the most affected by today's crises. Whether it be the pandemic, climate change, or the global food crisis exacerbated by Russia's illegal war against Ukraine. The United States is collaborating with our friends and partners throughout the UN system to tackle these challenges. Since February, we have announced $10.5 billion in humanitarian and development aid to strengthen global food security, which includes President Biden's announcement of $2.9 billion in food security assistance. On the pandemic, last year, the United States provided over $9 billion to support global health programs, plus nearly $16 billion for life-saving COVID-19 assistance to partners to fight the virus and support marginalized communities. And we are standing steadfast with Ukraine in defense of its territorial integrity, the UN Charter, and international law. We are also working to expand collaboration with partners in the regional commissions, including ECLAC. A delegation from Washington will participate in the ECLAC Women's Conference in November, seeking out more opportunities to collaborate, learn from others, and advance human rights-centered development in the region. So let me end with a request. Please reach out to our embassies in Santiago and Buenos Aires and around the region with ideas on how we can expand our collaboration throughout ECLAC and team up to make the SDGs a reality. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Tiene la palabra Nicaragua.
Hola, hola. Señor Santiago Cafiero, Ministro de Relaciones Exteriores de la República de Argentina.
Gina, Ministers of Foreign Affairs, Mr. José Manuel Salazar, Executive Secretary of ECLAC. Dear all, first of all, we convey warm greetings from President Commander Daniel Ortega Saavedra and Vice President Rosario Murillo and the peoples of Nicaragua. We also, during this 39th session, we welcome the 39th session of ECLAC, where we reflected on the crisis and the changes in the economies, the development models, trade relations, and globalization, among others, that have a repercussion on production of energy, food, inflation, climate change, recession threats that our countries must overcome to continue addressing the main needs of our peoples. As is well known, Nicaragua has historically resisted imperial relationships or attacks that have been reflected in unilateral arbitrary decisions, and as happens with other sister countries, have the purpose of smothering us from an economic standpoint. All the opposite of what has been said in this session. Our country is in a highly vulnerable region and constantly experiences the blows of climate change that we have not brought about. As we well know, these events seriously affect our economies, and we believe this must always be in the radar of ECLAC. Nicaragua ratifies in this regard the notion of climate fairness. Nicaragua has made great efforts to promote a development model guided by the National Plan to Fight Against Poverty and to Promote Human Development, putting common well-being, peace, coexistence, the fight against poverty and inequality at the core. We have tried to address these challenges, promoting growth with social justice and advocating for human rights. At ECLAC, we must rethink about all these challenges and have guidelines to overcome them. Our aspiration is that reflections, proposals, and studies arising from ECLAC allow us to better view that way forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ambassador. And now the Secretary will take the floor for the consideration of the resolutions of this 39th session. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. It is two decisions we have to take. One is the election of the presiding officers that we did was Argentina as chair. And now there are decisions at different positions by Costa Rica, Cuba, Jamaica, and Peru, which would be the presiding officers for these 2 years that will go hand in hand with Argentina as chairmanship. Do we all agree? Let's give them a clap. In the second place, you have a booklet with 13 draft resolutions, which were talked over in New York. During a long weeks, they were distributed for the first time on September 27th and on December 30, 4, 6, 7, and 12 October. There were technical sessions in which these were negotiated and agreed on the resolutions, which were put together to a silence procedure that finished successfully on October 18th. Taking this into consideration, I suggest we adopt the whole package of the 13 draft resolutions. Do we all agree? Great. As to the draft resolution number 14, which is the venue and date of the next session, the Foreign Office Minister from Peru would like to make a comment. Thank you, Secretary. And Mr. Chair, I would to thank once again the Economic Commission for Latin America and the Caribbean and the member countries for how they relied on the designation of Peru as next venue for the 40th session of ECLAC to be held in 2024. Peru reaffirms its commitment and will to help multilateralism and international cooperation in order to promote a fair, equitable economic development, sustainable in the region that will help to the reduction of inequalities and provide well-being for citizens in our country. Thank you very much. With this then, the formal work of this session is over. We will now close the meeting. In the first place, we will have the Deputy Secretary General, Mrs. Amina Mohamed, on a video. We will hear her.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is indeed an honor to greet the closing of ECLAC's 39th session. I am pleased to reiterate the commitment of the United Nations to Latin America and the Caribbean, and to extend a warm welcome to José Manuel Salazar, the new Executive Secretary of ECLAC. I also congratulate Argentina and Minister Cafero on taking the chairmanship of ECLAC. Latin America and the Caribbean counts on Argentina's leadership and continued commitment to multilateralism to advance the region's priorities. Your discussions this week have signaled the importance of sustainable development for improving well-being and livelihoods across Latin America and the Caribbean. ECLAC's thought leadership and convening power are essential for providing concrete solutions and policy action for advancing sustainable and equitable progress in the region. Social and economic policies must be put forward to address the structural inequalities across the region, which have increased due to the current food and fuel crises, along with a higher cost of living. Strategic approaches to public spending are required to address the acute needs resulting from the current situation and to build a foundation for sustainable and inclusive development in the medium and in the long term. Several strategic sectors have been identified across the digital economy, the circular economy, research and development, and clean energy. This is key to help boost economic growth and reset the course for achieving the SDGs. At the same time, attention should be given to gaps in social protection and infrastructure resilience to mitigate and adapt to the impacts of climate change. Measures must drive a new path of development in the region, advancing gender equality, empowering women in the labor force, and ending violence against women and children, notably within our households. As the world faces the consequences of climate change, including droughts, floods, wildfires, and other natural disasters, Latin America and the Caribbean will need to implement strategies to achieve carbon neutrality as well as climate resilience and adaptation. This will require investment to stimulate the adoption of new technical changes, as well as policy reform in energy systems, protecting biodiversity and maritime species, and addressing water-related crises. We must also recognize the region's rich natural resources and biological diversity, which can help cushion the impact of the current food, energy, finance, and cost of living challenges that the region faces along with the rest of the world. It will be important to use these resources wisely to counter slow growth and widening social and economic gaps. Renewed forms of cooperation will be needed to mobilize sustainable investments and to build national and regional capacities. ECLAC can count on the continued support of the United Nations system in achieving the Sustainable Development Goals in Latin America and the Caribbean. Thank you.
We will now give the floor to Santiago Cafiero, chair of this session. Thank you very much to all for these working sessions that started with the National Day last Friday, a meeting in which we worked on territory-based equality in Argentina, and at which ECLAC presented indeed interesting documents. And this brought about not only a discussion, but also led us to talking about designing public policies to make Argentina more balanced and essentially a more equitable territory. Underlying this territorial equality are the productive, economic, scientific, technological, educational development capacities or possibilities cut across by gender and also cut across by the need to continue along the path of enhancing rights and recognition of rights of women and gender diversities. And to wrap up, I would just like to thank you for giving me the chair of this session. It makes me feel very proud, and it sets forth before us a challenge. When I had to present on behalf of my country, I said, this is a collective joint challenge. Argentina is a country of dialogue that promotes dialogue, respect. It's always willing to listen. As we usually say, or as is usually said, and has been mentioned many times during the pandemic, no one can survive on him or herself. And now I'll give the floor to the recently appointed Executive Secretary of ECLAC, José Manuel Salazar.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, Foreign Office and Minister Santiago Cafiero, dear Foreign Office ministers of the member states presidents, delegates, authorities from Argentina, colleagues of the UN, friends. In the first place, thank you very much for your kind words congratulating me for my designation as Executive Secretary of ECLAC. Thank you very much for that. It's an honor, a big honor for me that I am really thankful to Antonio Guterres for the Secretary General of the UN that I have accepted with a big sense of responsibility and highly engaged. I wish to congratulate the VPs of Cuba, Jamaica, Costa Rica, Nicaragua, with whom we shall work closely. And also congratulations to Peru for being the venue of the new session of ECLAC in 2024. These 3 days haven't just been interesting from the technical point of view, but they have also been 3 days of listening, of getting to know each other, of identifying challenges jointly, the challenges ahead of us, and the opportunities we have for cooperation worldwide. The position document and the comments heard, as well as the dialogues engaged during the panels and Monday and Tuesday and today, I'm certain about things, and there are findings or guidance. And this is that in this ocean of uncertainty and volatility that we're living, but they help us to anchor and to guide CEPAL's work. The first is that the cascading crises and shocks made acute by the COVID-19 pandemic and the Ukraine war is no doubt a big impact on all the countries of the region without exception, with painful consequences for a lot of stakeholders in the region. This cascading crisis is also a cascade of inequalities, of poverty, when you look at education, health, and other matters. And the consequence is that we need to make double efforts to navigate the sea of problems, as well as to face the legacy of gaps and shortfalls prior to the pandemic and the Ukraine war, and which have only been made worse. The second place is that a key element to get out of this cascading crisis and the need for transformation is to promote new engines for growth in sectors fostering this, as those suggested in the document presented in the meeting, such as electromobility, energy transition, circular economy, and so many others that need to be defined in each national context. We need to adopt the new generation of productive development policies that are already focusing from a practical and theoretical point of view how to mobilize the collective action of all pertinent agents, entrepreneurs, academia, public institutions in respect of these specific sectors, or going to the concept brought, the notion brought by Mariana Mazzucato in this 39th session. The third is the recognition of the fact that the globalization and deglobalization process is changing, at least what we used to for the last 30 years, heading towards a different geopolitics and regionalism with a speeding of technology change, which also contributes to greater independence and opens opportunities for trade, especially trading services, modern services with a speeding of migration flows. In this respect, an important lesson is that though there are opportunities in the new trends, this also means bad news sometimes, or potential risks and challenges which are very significant and which is important and strategic for the countries of Latin America, the Caribbean, to work at jointly to keep a multilateral system that needs to keep on being robust. Fourthly, the evidence that though we have a lot of challenges in common that we need to take action about, there also is great heterogeneity in respect of the sub-regions of Latin America and the Caribbean. We have specific challenges in the Caribbean countries, in the Central American countries, in Mexico, in South America, and of course, even more specific still, in each of these countries within each of these sub-regions. At ECLAC, we understand it, and we will streamline our diagnosis and recommendations to support as best as we can the national agendas as well as the common regional agendas and international agendas in the region, just as you have urged us to do today. The fifth place, your reactions and comments on the document towards transformation of the development model in Latin America and the Caribbean, production, inclusion, and sustainability, confirm the conviction that ECLAC, together with helping the implementation of the 2030 Agenda and the 17 objectives, needs to pay special attention to the 10 working areas submitted to transform the regional development models, all of which, of course, are aligned with different SDGs. In the sixth place, we made a note of the resonance it had with the different delegations, the emphasis, the fact that with the same precision, rigor, and energy used to design public policies to face the cascading crisis, we need to identify how to go about it and how to do it. And here, the robust institutions we have, the quality of our social and political dialogues, and of course, transforming leaderships play a crucial role. Dear Foreign Office ministers, as you yourselves have said in your dialogue today, this morning, At each country in the region, we have lots of assets and lots of instruments to promote sustainable and inclusive development, increase and level up our lives, and promote decent jobs and employment without leaving anybody behind. And these assets and strengths that we have to recognize, among them, as you have repeatedly said today, is the fact that this is a peaceful region, a region of peace in a turmoil world. And finally, we've made a note of the fact that in these days you've highlighted financial issues and resource mobilization, including whatever we can do at ECLAC to improve the financial international architecture and the availabilities that we need to go about debts, as well as the coordination with development regional banks to maximize positive impacts on the national and regional agendas. Delegates, I would like to thank the panelists we invited, whose comments, ideas, and contributions have allowed to disseminate these ideas on the 4 panels on Monday and Tuesday. Thank you for how well you received the report produced by ECLAC, which we began in 2021, and which accounts for the compliance of our programmatic commitments, as well as other observations, observatory, the result of meetings, and in general, the knowledge made available to the member states. I also wish to thank the adoption of a working program for 2024, which will guide the future labor of ECLAC by means of an integrated and multidisciplinary approach in line with the 2030 agenda, prioritizing the transforming revolution. Your encouraging comments are support in this respect. The intergovernmental architecture of ECLAC is one of a great assets, institutionally speaking, allows us to talk to sectorial authorities in your countries and to find consensus in things like gender equality, statistics, planning, science and technology, among others. So I wish to thank the chairmanship and the reports that show the leadership and commitment at implementing this sector agendas. Friends, globalization as an engine for growth. Today, there's more political issues than purely economically and efficiency issues. And in some cases, they prevail in respect of multilateralism. And this needs us to rethink our integration, production, and relationship agendas with the world. As President Fernandez said, it is important to recover our big fatherland. Today, with the involvement of foreign office ministers, we've paid attention to the needs and urgencies of economic reactivation, the importance of deepening into international cooperation, and the need to recover multilateralism as a vehicle for transforming changes that we're all looking forward to. This is the time for transforming and bold policies, fostering the changes that the planet and its population need urgently. Well, there's no time to lose on gradual and shy changes. Please count on ECLAC to keep on reflecting on the regional strategies to move out of this crisis, to seek transforming consensus, to design public policies, and for the quick implementation of the 2030 agenda about sustainable development. To conclude, I would like to thank the government of Argentina in the person of the Foreign Office Minister Santiago Cafiero for the invaluable support for the success of this meeting. Prior to getting to Argentina, we hadn't met, Mr. Foreign Minister, and now I feel that in these few days, I have a new friend. Thank you very much for your hospitality and the hospitality of all your team, for me and for all the ECLAC officers. I would also thank the work of all the ECLAC team who deployed in the drafting of these documents of this meeting and in the organization its well-renowned capabilities and competencies. It's been an honor to lead the team and a big joy to begin my term of office together with you on this occasion. Thank you very much. We are calling it a day. We're concluding the session. Thank you very much. And this is what I've been wanting to do since 9 a.m.